See. All right, it is 8:30. I call this meeting of the Riley County Commission to order. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Good Monday morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Let's take a moment to say Happy Flag Day as well. Looks like
Missed it.
yeah, you missed that memo this morning. Craig and I got it. Yeah, more little red, white, and blue for the occasion. Yeah. Calendars help. That's all I can say on that. So, also looks like summer is completely upon us now. So, whether you like it or not, I guess we're at a point where we're gonna have to survive there. So, go ahead as usual and start off with some public comments this morning. I didn't see anybody up on Zoom. Heard Zoom, but I didn't see anybody on there. So we'll go ahead and move to the chamber this morning, and I'm not seeing anybody in here either. So I guess that's all for not for public comments. So I'll go ahead and close that section off, and we'll move on to commission comments this morning, and we'll start off with Commissioner McKinley.
Last week, I attended the KCCA conference in Liberal last week. Presentations included budgeting with the new requirements, legislative update, rural health care challenges, appraising property, employee retention and training, and some safety and security. Most of the presentation were very informative. There was one clunker, I thought, but odds aren't bad. And it was worth the long drive, and was able to meet commissioners from other counties and discuss how things are done other places. One thing, first night, there was a reception out at the Mid-America Air Museum in Liberal. It's impressive. It's a huge old hangar building. Evidently, there's over 100 planes of all sizes and ages and homemade ones, and a lot of different stuff in there. It was really interesting. Could have spent a lot of time in there going through all of that. And this weekend, I've started reviewing materials for the budgeting discussions, and that's about it.
Okay, well, Commissioner Foki.
Yeah, Tuesday, I was on the Cayman Forum with the guest host, Troy Coverdale, I believe it is. It was, we actually had the entire hour, which is kind of unusual. So it was a good discussion. He's really a good interviewer, so I was really impressed with that. So lots of topics were, from one spectrum to another. So it was a good interview. Had some comments on it, but one caller, that's about it. So
Probably guess who that was.
Yeah. Yeah, he listens really every time. So
Yeah.
so unfortunately I wasn't able to attend the conference in Liberal. So it was a little quiet around here, that's for sure. And Tuesday night, I attended my church personnel support community to review employees. Afterwards, I stopped by the park for a little while to hear some of the music. It was the opening of the municipal
Arts in the Park.
Arts in the Park. Yeah, it was really well attended. There were a lot of people. So I'm going to go to more, but I couldn't stay very long. So, Thursday, spent some time in the office. I saw you when you got back. Returning a lot of calls, scheduling meetings for this week. Spent some time in IT with Kevin and discussed a lot of things going on IT-wise. Things coming up. Took several calls from Russ Briggs, who he's supporting the Cobb Valley Rodeo, and there's some problems with parking.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess they're coming in on Thursday, I believe.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
Yeah, so I know him pretty well. So. Anyway, Saturday I attended the Symphony in the Hills, South of Council Grove.
Yeah.
Oh, that was wonderful. I'd never gone before, so it was really a great event. It was totally packed.
Mm-hmm.
Took about an hour and a half to walk the trail up to where the symphony was, and I've never seen such big speakers.
I've been one time, so.
Oh, yeah, it was
One of
amazing.
the second
Did they
years.
do the cattle drive? behind
Yeah,
the
they did
symphony?
that,
Yeah, I always thought that was impressive too.
Yeah, well, I think the cattle drives have been around it, but, you know, a lot of people that were there had never seen such effects. So it's just,
First time I went, I'd never actually been to a symphony, so it was all real new to me.
They did some really interesting things. They were doing a lot of Kansas related songs, and they talked about what the history, the anniversary of the Santa Fe Trail was coming up.
Yeah.
So they talked about, you know, the people from the eastern part of the country that came on it. And I didn't realize people came up from Mexico, and they kind of joined in. So they played, they did sections of music from both the eastern people, which, you know, they got around the campfire at night to cheer themselves up, and Little Brown Jug and Campfire Girl, a lot of those songs they played. And
They do Home on the Range. They did.
yeah, that was at the end, yeah.
That's there. It's pretty impressive.
But they did a lot of Mexican music that came out that was really wild. I wanted to jump up and dance, but it was too hot, so everybody else was sitting still, so. It was sold out. There were thousands of people there. And Laura Kelly was there. She gave a nice presentation. And then it took like about 2 hours to catch a shuttle, stand in line. Oh, wow. Got home about midnight, so 12:30, something like that. So Sunday was pretty quiet. So anyway, that was kind of my week.
Okay. Well, as for me, I also attended the KAC County Commissioners Association Conference down the Liberal. It was, from my perspective, it was good to get to see in person some of the commissioners around the state that I've already gotten to know and we're networking with and chatting with before the pandemic started, and got a chance to meet some new commissioners in the mix as well. For me, getting the opportunity just to see and hear what everybody has kind of experienced and gone through over the last 12 to 14 months was interesting, and to hear what challenges and issues they're facing in their respective counties. I think I came to the common conclusion that after that event, that probably the biggest and most cumbersome challenge we face is Topeka as a whole, just through discussions, not just with the association, but just individually with commissioners. The things going on in Topeka have a real impact on what we're trying to do and need to accomplish here locally. So they had really informative presentations. I didn't catch all of them. I left a little early on Thursday and had to miss one on Wednesday, but was really good. The legislative update that Jay Hall gave. Jay is just sharp, just sharp. He's very, very glad that we have him on our side, to say the least. We also had a very productive urban county breakout session with commissioners in Sedgwick, Shawnee, and Leavenworth counties. I think there was just 5 of us for the largest of the counties, and there was like 20 something on all of them. I just found that ironic that the largest county had the smallest amount of numbers there, and the smaller counties had the larger group of people in there. But that went very well, and yeah, thanks to KAC, the City of Liberal, and the Seward County Commission, interesting group. For a job well done. And as you mentioned, that air museum is just amazing. It's just really a hidden gem. If you ever get a chance to stop down to Liberal, hit that up for sure. So during the midst of that, Wednesday afternoon, I had my monthly national teleconference call with NACO's Community Economic Workforce and Development Steering Committee. Not quite as long as some of the other ones, I might add. Among the topics of discussion was a presentation by Natalie Cofield, Assistant Administrator for Women Business Ownership, on a Small Business Association Community Navigator pilot program. Pretty long presentation, very, very, very in-depth. Natasha Walsh gave a presentation on NACO's Housing and Health Equity program, and Jonathan Harris, NACO's Associate Research Director, gave an update on the upcoming jobs and economic data report that's going to be due out sometime later in the summer. And I've also been re-nominated to serve on the steering committee for 2021 and 2022 by KAC, so incoming president should probably keep me on there. Thursday afternoon, I got back in time to meet with the Manhattan Area Recovery Task Force. Since the formation of this committee back in April of 2020, this was the first time we actually met in person. It had been exclusively a Zoom-only meeting. It was good to have just a chance to kind of reflect on everything that's happened during that time period and listen to everybody else's kind of similar reflections in that, and being able to do so in person added to that, obviously. We plan on meeting again in August and then again in October. Remember, this started out as a weekly meeting and then went to bi-weekly and monthly, and kind of getting to that point where we should be able to wrap it up by the end of the year and have the committee come up with a final report to give back to the city. And then we should hopefully, if all things go well, just close that task force out completely. So it's good that we're seeing the light at the end of that, I guess, pandemic tunnel, so to speak. Friday, I had a chance to chat and meet with John Ellerman, Riley County Public Works Director, in person, a couple of related items. I realized in the midst of that chat, the first time we actually had a one-on-one chat since he started in December. All in all, I thought our dialogue and conversation was very productive. Given that I kind of just surprised him at the moment. I was just kind of over there in the area, so I thought I'd stop in and see if I could catch him. So went pretty well. And while I was also out there, I went over across the way to Noxious Weed and Household Waste Department and checked out the operations out there and paint. They got a lot of paint. A lot of paint. You want 5 gallons of paint? They've got 5 gallons of paint. So they can mix it up a little bit, different colors, but a lot of paint. Find something to paint, go out there and get some paint.
I got a whole building inside the paint.
Yeah, I mean, it's that. It's like a miniature city almost in there, just stacked. So I think everybody just went through their garages and shelves and everything else and got rid of a lot of paint. So yeah, like I said, if you need free paint just to paint something, don't spend a lot of money, head up there. They can definitely help you out with that. I'm pretty sure. So. Lastly, for me on Friday, I made a donation at the Riley County Blood Bank with American Red Cross. Just want to point out that there's currently a large delay and a shortage of blood throughout the country. I know Bob Koppel from Ascension Via Christi said they have none on stock at this current point in time, just to put that in perspective for everybody. I would urge everybody to take a moment, get online, schedule a time to donate. There's plenty of those popping back up around the area, not just for Riley County necessarily, but it's really easy to do at this point in time. They have an app. You can get in, get out, get all the questions answered, get in there. I mean, I think it took me 10 minutes, literally 10 minutes. I know everybody's blood draws a little bit faster, slow. I saw Tammy here while I was here. It took me about 4.5 minutes. Not a record, by the way, but some people draw a little bit closer, but at least getting in and out of there, it's a pretty quick process. And really, it's pretty simple. And it really probably at this point in time will save somebody's life down the road. So, and with that, that's all I've got this morning. So I guess we can go ahead and start off with some business, Rich.
First item I have, I need a motion to approve fireworks display permit for Randolph, 3rd of July.
So I'm glad to see they're doing that again. Mhm.
Are they having a parade too?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Cool.
this is the annual permit for them.
Ogden's doing a firework display on the 2nd too.
Oh,
So
really?
they may be coming back with a permit as well.
Everybody but me.
Bless you.
I would move to approve the fireworks display permit for Randolph on the 3rd of July.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded on the application for fireworks display for the city of Randolph. All those in favor?
Aye.
All three, please, bottom right.
See, this is where we're having problems.
25 years. And one commissioner.
I'm not going to put you both of you in the corner this morning so soon. Get along over there.
We could use a little more space. I bet Greg gets this. I guess I could fill this structure.
Yeah, there you go.
We're so used to being spread
It's
out.
been odd. It
Yeah.
has been.
Yeah, but
even
you take up a lot of space on the side. It's
I'm a little broader than you.
You guys.
Or teacher, go ahead and bring her in to help. Teach you guys how to do all.
I'm just gonna bring a ruler in.
You saw it, you started. You saw
They
it.
bring back school days. That's a
Yeah.
teacher with a ruler.
Back in our school days, they didn't do that.
A lot of people went to Catholic school, apparently.
No, I didn't.
No, that's public school, huh?
Public school back in the day. It was a little
Yeah,
different.
I never went to Catholic school either.
It was a little different back in the day.
Yeah,
Next, I need a motion to sign management representation letter with James Gordon and Associates CPA,
It's actually the legal letter. I made
Oh,
the management rep was the one I copied from.
okay,
So that's my fault,
no problem.
but it's the legal letter.
It says it correct.
It does say legal
It's just in the
letter.
motion.
Yeah.
I'll fix that, Tammy. Thanks for pointing it out.
Yeah, sorry about that.
No problem.
I moved to sign the legal letter with James Gordon Associates.
I would second that.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded on the legal letter for confirmation for audit. All those in favor?
Aye.
All three, please. Next, I have tax roll corrections. Need a motion, please.
I moved to approve the tax roll correction.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded on tax roll correction. All those in favor?
Aye.
Chairman, please. Next, I need a motion for the resolution and appointment letter for Dan Troyer, the Parks Advisory Board.
I moved to sign the letter for Dan Troyer to the Parks Advisory Board, approved resolution appointing representatives to the Riley County Parks Advisory Board.
I would second that.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded on the resolution letter to appoint Dan Troyer to the Parks Advisory Board. All those in favor?
Aye.
All three, please, for places.
What's missing one, Rich?
Ooh. It'll help the pizza fine.
Mhm.
Next, I need a motion on NACO voting credentials for the 2021 annual conference. Usually we have a commissioner that's fills that position.
Yes, and I'm actually going to be attending that virtually, and we'll be voting on not as many as normal, but a handful of resolutions to the steering committee. So I can do that if nobody else is planning on attending.
You want me to do it? I got it up now.
Oh,
I move to appoint Commissioner Ford as Riley County's voting delegate for the National Association of Counties in person or virtual annual business meeting on Monday, July 12th, 2021.
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded on the voting delegate for the NACO 2021 business meeting and annual conference. All those in favor? Aye.
Next, I have Raleigh County Personnel Action Forms, Brett Wegg, promotion from seasonal. That's not correct. Brett Wegg, as a Facilities and Grounds Technician 1, Public Works Parks Division, because I know he was not a seasonal tenant.
Yeah, no, that's his son.
Oh, it's his son?
Yeah,
Okay,
it is.
so we have a father and son.
Yes.
Okay.
So I guess you need to put junior or
Yeah.
second or something next to it.
Yeah, okay, so it is. Sounds good. So it was from the seasonal temporary to full-time. Kelly Cameron Hart, RADX, Community Health Specialist in the Health Department, separation of service, and Deb Register, new hire transfer from temp position to permanent part-time. All three, please.
Now Deborah is going to be permanent now, right? Because I thought that she was going to just be temporary.
She is. You would prefer her to be a temporary position so that we can do some training, and that it's worked out really well for the office and for her. So now she has applied and been offered the part-time permanent position. So there was I don't know if you recall, but we had one full-time and one part-time position. And
Okay.
that was a temporary to kind of fill that gap until we were able to fill those two positions.
Okay.
And she's now applied and obviously.
She wants to work in the end.
So.
Yeah, believe me, she's fully experienced.
Yeah.
Well qualified, yeah, well qualified. So just so I'm clear, I'm reading two different things off the paper in the digital format. Are we doing press conference before you at 9?
No, you didn't have the amended agenda. The amended agenda has it right now. It's standard. It's at 9:30.
It's flip flopped on the digital copy there.
Yeah, it's kind of, I haven't seen all this. It's kind of taking a little longer.
Okay, I guess that means we're ready for the minutes now.
Yep.
Does everybody have those pulled up and ready to go? I do this morning, so good shape. Okay, we'll go ahead then and start with page 1. This was forever ago, but it's just a week. Yeah. Page 2.
There's a typo on page 2 under Greg's comments. On the second sentence, this weekend I listed, should be listened to last
Oh.
Thursday's meeting.
That's a big difference there, yeah.
Yeah.
Uh,
Good catch. Okay. Go through the rest of page 2 there. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. And finally, page 7.
Okay, I would make a motion to approve the minutes as corrected for June 7th, 2021.
You said a long time ago.
Long time.
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded on approval of the amended minutes for Monday, June 7th, 2001. All those in favor?
Aye.
Tentative agendas, commissioners?
Good. Just to point out to everybody, the city-county meeting on Thursday at 4 is here.
Any items for next week's press conference?
I have none.
Okay, next time up, year-to-date budget expenditure report. Morning, John.
Morning. So back review the reason it's typo on the notes, that's why I sent it to Cindy.
So I guess to you, listening is the same thing as listening.
I guess.
To each his own.
I've read it all, but I messed that up.
It happens.
Yeah,
It happens.
actually, it was the computer's fault.
Must have been it auto corrected. It wasn't me.
Okay.
I can always find somebody else.
My grammar teacher's rolling over in her grave. I've actually also seen somebody at Waltner and he spelled the word autocorrect
You
it
can't see
wrong.
this one.
Yeah, that's when it transfers over. I mean, it's a point
Yeah, it's
something.
just a point.
Yeah,
Yeah, okay.
to transfer from one system to the other, sometimes images do that.
Okay, Rich.
Good morning, commissioners. First report's 2021 year-to-date wages overtime compared to budget report. In the upper right-hand corner in the blue there, you see the point in time of year that we're at is 41.67 as point in time of this report. that percentage is what we use just gauge on where the respective departments are budgetarily. On this first report, you see in the far right column, that is the respective percentage financially where those departments are at. An important column on this generally for commissioners in the past has been the middle column here, percentage of overtime compared to regular wages. You will see bolded intentionally is the EMS ambulance department at 50.52. Remember, they're a 24/7 operation, so the majority of that overtime is budgeted, so it is expected. The other departments have a little bit higher percentage of overtime, public works, noxious weed, solid waste payroll. It's just due to the nature of their business. Those departments do also have a higher percentage of overtime budgeted for them at 8% as compared to 3% for the rest of the departments. Health department's a little higher as well at 19.51%. You see overall, we're just at 6.77% percentage of overtime at the very bottom. Commissioners have any questions with that first report? Next report's a little bit more detailed breakdown of all the respective departments' salaries and wages, regular salaries, seasonal, temporary, and overtime. If the commission would like to go through and review those, have any additional questions, we'd be glad to get them the answers. Any questions on those reports? Next report is the 2021 year-to-date budget activity report, still using that 41.67% point in time. Those that are highlighted in the blue are those that have exceeded that at this point in time. Reminding the commissioners, the majority of these, all of these actually are just cyclical because of their payment timing. Budget appropriations, of course, we have to do 50% at the very beginning of the year. Insurance and juvenile detention, they'll all balance out by the end of the year. This first page is collective departmental budget, so each individual department would not be a statutory violation. Only if the entire first page had exceeded what we budgeted would it be. Something Tammy keeps a good close eye on for all of us, and that's why we present you guys these reports so we know where they're sitting. I would also point out 2 lines down from that biggest bold section, county general. General always like to review that line item. It's atypically low at 14.83%. Remember, that's where we have that $3,050,000 in budget stabilization. So it's not unusual that it's atypically low. Any questions on that first report, commissioners? First page. Second page, same thing. Those are highlighted in blue have exceeded that. These are ones that Tammy keeps a close eye on to see if we have to do a budget amendment in November. If any of them exceed, may potentially exceed. But once again, economic development, RCPD especially, are due to timing of appropriations being paid out, and they will typically balance out by the end of the year and won't need a budget amendment. Any questions on those, commissioners? Next page is all enterprise funds, commissioners. Enterprise funds, fund where they receive all of their monies from individuals that live and or own property in those districts or special benefit districts. So there's no general ad valorem tax dollars used here. And as you can see, they're all doing well at this point in time. Any questions on those, commissioners? Next report is just next page is a little bit more detailed breakdown of the county general that I pointed out earlier with the $3,050,000 in budget stabilization. Remind commissioners on personnel, there are no personnel that are paid out an hourly or salaried wage out of there. That is just for separation of service pay. Any questions on that page, commissioners? This report here was developed years ago for commissioners. It's kind of a snapshot comparatively to the previous year for each respective department for the month of May, and then also year to date through May. For commissioners to go through and look at that, and if they have any questions, then we can contact that department to see if there's a reason why it may be significantly different than one year. But I can use an elections as an example. It's one year to the next is definitely not an apples to apples comparison in the elections department, just due to various election cycles. Any questions on those, commissioners? Next report's RCPD expenses paid by Riley County. Physician laboratory, anything medically related, something that can fluctuate quite a bit. Also, building maintenance in previous years has been. You can see the large amount at the bottom of budget appropriations. I like this next report a little bit better. It shows comparatively from 2015 to 2021 where we're sitting. You can see last year we were a little high in physician expenditures, and we're starting out high once again this year, and that's just due to a couple of inmates that have higher medical needs. State statute requires Riley County to pay for those medical needs. I'll remind the commissioners on all of these costs here, except for budget appropriations. Riley County as a public entity funds all of those without any assistance from the city of Manhattan or any other public entity. So while there is the 80-20 split, Riley County does pay these costs 100%. So it's I like I said, I'd keep an eye on that physician medical. There's nothing we can do about it, but it can. No matter how high it gets statutorily, we have to pay it. We're obligated to it. We do budget based on previous years, but if we were to exceed that, we would have to come up with the money somewhere. So that's something that we'll keep an eye on. Any questions on that, commissioners? Next is off-site inmate medical expenses paid by Advanced Correctional Healthcare, who is our third-party vendor that we use for these services at the LEC jail facility. You can see we start out the year at a $31,000 pool balance. We currently have $19,165 in a pool balance. Once again, all this medically related expenditures can get expensive in a hurry. We'll keep an eye on this as well. You can see the average daily population is at 74 right now. Any questions on that, commissioners? Okay, commissioners, you take more time to look through those. Have any questions, let us know. We'll be glad to get you any information you would like on them. Next, we have Christy Rodriguez, 9:15.
Morning.
Thank you. Sam, how you doing?
Good.
Good. Morning, Christy. How you doing?
Great. Are you okay if I list this?
Yeah. Mhm. Yep. It was nice this morning. Excuse me?
Is it down below?
No, it's right beside.
Oh, I see.
Sorry. Sorry.
Yes, they go that direction.
Yeah, this isn't in the packet, so.
Yeah, and Christy, if you'd like for us to get it in the packet, if you can get it to us, like if it's, you're always on a Monday, aren't you? Get it to Cindy Cable before Wednesday, by Wednesday at 3, and she can get it in the packet each time for the commissioners to review. Be glad to do that.
It's kind of hard to see it there.
Morning, sir. How are you?
Good.
Good.
Your gavel looks like it has some history to it.
That was the one that, let's see. I did math backwards. 92, 93 for serving as presiding officer at West Kansas National Forensics League Student Congress.
Are there any good movies out there, Sam?
I just like things that have a history to them.
It does, yeah. I thought about maybe sanding it completely down. I refinished it, but it kind of like,
No,
it's aging a little worse than me, so.
well, but you know, I mean,
There's a shop for.
that's what makes it.
That makes it hard.
Mhm. Yeah, I've got about,
Huh?
Those scooters though.
I've got about
They're
4.
good.
This is
You got 'em
this is
down?
the biggest of the.
I'm not brave enough to try them. I've heard about people having accidents on them.
Man, I had a little attorney when I was in it, but he says, you know, you need to get your briefcase all stuffed up.
Mhm.
This whole
Hold on.
versus. I know you're.
You gotta stop, don't you?
Making the attorney because your briefcase is still shiny and.
They're fun out there.
Yeah. Did you
Okay,
see
Christie.
the email late last week that USDA approved an income survey?
Yeah. It's a good. Why not sit in?
Great.
Hey, go right. Sorry. My name is Christy Rodriguez. I'm the Executive Director of the Flint Hills Regional Council. Good morning, Commissioners. I want to quickly recognize Commissioner Foki as she serves on our Board of Directors. So thank you for your service. I think for the most part, everyone keeps kind of up to date as to where we're at. But what I want to do today is just provide a little bit of an update in case you haven't heard everything comprehensively since the last time I gave an update back in March. So just as a quick reminder for members of the public, we are a nonprofit voluntary service association that has 25 member jurisdictions, both cities and counties, throughout the Flint Hills region. So on the slide here, you can see who the representatives are from each jurisdiction. We also have ex officio members that serve and support from Fort Riley, Kansas State University, and the Governor's Military Council. For the most part, the membership is within Erie County, Morris County, Potawatomi County, Riley County, Lenexa County. But we also have a few members that are outside of those four counties in Clay Center, Wakefield, Harrington, Chapman, and Reading. So I thought it would be important just to kind of show you who we are. As a reminder, our team is filled with several temporary employees. We fund employees as we're able to afford them through primarily grant awards that we receive. So pictured here, Marissa is 100% funded through our CARES funding. Rachel is a part-time temporary employee that's going to be helping us with our partnership planning award. Ashton is an intern that she just actually just recently graduated from Kansas State University in May. So she's just helping us for about a month here this summer, but she's been with us throughout the spring semester. Jana's been with us for several years. And then we just added a new team member that is just part-time project-based, which means we will bring Sasha Kane on when we have projects. So I know Riley County has asked Flint Hills Regional Council to be able to assist with certain things, and at times we're tapped out. So we wanted to be able to create some flexibility in there so that if you have something that you would like us to work on, we can kind of work through that and have a resource on hand. So Sasha will be working on a few things related to CARES funding. We have a Department of Defense funding that's going to be coming this month, actually to then help us pay for our time to work on some policy improvements. And then we want to be able to utilize her to hopefully generate some revenue in time. Okay, so since the last time we met, I know it's really too small for you to be able to see, but it's this is on our website at flinthillsregion.org. The purpose of this slide is to show you that we have everything all in one piece of paper. If you want to print it out to see everything that we're doing, here it is. So starting on the left, each column represents either a different initiative or a different grant that we are implementing. At the bottom, you can see when those grants come to a close. So we have two grants. Our old Economic Development Partnership Planning Grant was a 5-year grant. It ended in March, and we will be submitting its final report by the end of this month, its financial report. The progress report has already been submitted. There's a Department of Defense OEA, well now what's called old CC grant that we actually got a year extension, but we finished the last deliverable with the adoption of the Ogden Comprehensive Plan in May. And so we're going to actually just close that out here in the next couple of weeks. The next column over is our EPA brownfields grant. I'm going to go through a little bit more detail, but just from a timing standpoint, that's 100% grant funding with no match, and that is coming to a conclusion this September. So we are really busy wrapping that up. There's still several $100,000 actually that we're spending down, but we have a game plan to make sure that we've spent the money by the end.
The next one over was the Department of Defense funding that we received last July, and I'll go into the details. We have through the end of this year, technically, but they are giving everyone nationwide a 1-year extension because of the CARES or COVID. I'm sorry, because of COVID. So that one we have a little bit more time, but we are still hoping to finish in and around the end of the year, maybe a few months into the year. EDA CARES, that one will end in June of next year. And then we were recently awarded a new EDA partnership planning grant that just started in April. And then since the last time we talked, we were also awarded the National Park Service non-monetary technical support grant to work on that regional river intro plan. So with that, like I said, the new EDA partnership planning grant award started. It's a 3-year grant. It started April 1st and it goes through March 31st of 2024. So we're in the process of forming county by county focus groups because I think it's important to capture each county's priorities. What may be important in one county may be completely different in another. So what we want to do is fold all of that together. We have gotten permission through the Manhattan Area Chamber of Commerce to use the Region Reimagine plan that I used to be a director over as the base to help really create that framework. And then what we want to do is build it out county by county and how it makes sense for each county. If there's gaps, if certain pieces aren't relevant, then that's fine. We're going to spell it out what's important by county so it's very clear within the plan. And then the Regional Economic Development Plan update is due back to EDA in September. So I wanted to take a moment and just recognize our planning match funding, well, I'm sorry, our 3-year match funding plan, but recognize the partners that came to the table to really assist us so that we could meet our match requirement. So Economic Development Administration funds each year $70,000. And we, as a region, have to come up with another $70,000 for match contribution. So this year, we went to a lot of our economic development partners and asked for either in-kind cash or a combination thereof to be able to get to that $70,000 mark. So the total award per year is $140,000. So this slide shows kind of the breakdown of who's giving cash contribution. The city of Junction City gave a $10,710 cash contribution. And as you work your way through each column, you can see in the green indicates the in-kind time being provided to support that scope. And then kind of that peach line recognizes the cash contribution and the totals below. So the goal from the other agencies was to get to 70,000. We got close at $66,048. So Flint Hills Regional Council will pick up the remaining with our membership dues. One of the other components is the we serve as the administrator of our 7-county Flint Hills Economic Development District. And so as a part of the requirements from EDA, we will be going through a strengths, weakness, opportunities, and threats process, which I know depending on which organizations you may be associated with, you may get sick of doing those. It seems like we do them quite a bit, but it is a requirement of the planning process. So we're gonna go ahead and meet that requirement. So we're gonna be launching a region-wide survey this week. And if you receive it, please fill it out and spread it on to your friends and your professional network. We also had a regional recovery and resiliency plan business confidence survey that we did earlier in the year. There is a live dashboard, so you can see the responses that came in from Riley County. And the recovery and resiliency is also a required component of that SEDS plan, the Regional Economic Development Plan. So there will be either a specific section or it'll be integrated throughout that plan that we're submitting to EDA in September. So Marissa is hard at work at that, and we'll be incorporating information from some of those focus groups and maybe reaching out to you as well. The other thing is in May, our board of directors approved Flint Hills Regional Council being the lead over Defense Community Infrastructure Program Coordinating Committee. And so we formed that committee. We've met twice. And this last week, we came to the conclusion of, and we narrowed it down really to 3 different projects that could go forward. We wanted to look at the new scoring criteria. Anywhere between 250,000 and 20 million is available through this program. What was on average funded in the last round last year, it was a pilot program, was between 3 and 4 million. They've increased the funding in this program this year. And so what we wanted to do is look at the new scoring criteria, compare the 3 proposed projects to that new scoring criteria, and identify which project is most project ready. It has to be construction ready within 12 months. And so we did that. We went through that process. Each community, Junction City, Ogden, and the city of Manhattan submitted a proposal and showed how it lined up with that scoring criteria. And as of last week, the airport was the project that was selected. So the city of Manhattan will be putting together a proposal. Fort Riley will be assisting to get a letter of endorsement from the commander. And then the proposal, the first phase, is due July the 12th. They go through kind of a selection process internal, and then if we're invited back, if we make that top tier kind of list, then we'll be requested to submit an application in August. So I think that's a big accomplishment so far. It's a tight timeline and we're making progress. Last time I talked about that we were delivering childcare aware signs all over. Well, just got a new batch on Saturday. I picked them up in Topeka, and we will be delivering more this week to show our appreciation to childcare providers throughout the region. So on the right, you can see the communities that those signs either have already gone to or will continue to go to. Since we last spoke, our St. George Comprehensive Plan was adopted officially May the 13th. And there is a website in case you would like to look at that plan. It was funded by EDA, the City of St. George itself, and Potawatomi County Economic Development Corporation. And then Fort Hills Regional Council was the lead to put the plan together. So Rachel, one of our staff, was the lead, and she did an excellent job on this plan. The City of Ogden Comprehensive Plan was adopted May the 19th. Same thing, we have a website in case you would like to review that. Plan in full, so that's a really big accomplishment. It was a project that was kind of on the books for a long time, and we wanted to make sure we were delivering a quality product. So when I got on board, we pretty much started over. And they were really proud of that plan now. So the Department of Defense and the City of Ogden funded that one. We also issued an RFP to select a firm to help us with the Military Infrastructure Resiliency Study and Action Plan. We are wrapping up that process now, and as of last week, the RFP selection committee ranked the firms, and we're going to be taking that to our executive committee actually this evening to then move forward with an agreement of that top firm. It's a total project value of about 150,000. It's actually a little bit more than that. So as a reminder, this is just a reminder that what we're doing, Green Valley Transportation Plan that's happening in Potawatomi County. We have a North Central Regional Planning Commission is helping us with some funding that we received on one of our grants. They're subrecipient of one of our grants for unmanned aircraft system corridor. That is taking unmanned aircraft system regulations and incorporating them into existing comprehensive plans and regulations. You may have gotten a notice that on May the 27th, we held a community open house. This is related to our brownfields funding that we got. We're doing an area plan at Plaza West here in Manhattan. We wanted to make sure that we were out in front of the community, and so we actually had quite a few that turned out. It was over about a 2-hour period. This week, we have June the 17th, we have another one that's taking place in Junction City. This is the National Park Service non-monetary grant that was just recently awarded. There's a gentleman out of Colorado that will be coming into town to meet with us here soon to get that project started. Okay, and then this slide, I know it's busy, but I just wanted to show you kind of where our funding comes from graphically, where you can see going across each bar represents a different funding source. The blue column represents the federal share. The orange represents Flint Hills Regional Council's cash contribution versus donated versus in kind in the yellow. And so we heavily depend on in kind for a lot of our grants to make. Anything that we can't come up with, sometimes that cash requirement comes from our membership dues, and then in this new year, we are depending on those economic development organizations to also assist with that match. So I just wanted to show the number from last year. So for 2021, the membership dues for Riley County was $9,118. So like I said, that goes towards our match and operating budget. We are meeting with our executive committee this evening that will confirm what the dues would be for 2022. I don't anticipate there being much of a change though. But before I presented the official number publicly, I need to get their blessing on that. Does anyone have any questions?
Pretty comprehensive.
Very good. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you, Christy.
John, have Greg go first.
Okay. It's 2 different spots here. 2 separate agendas. Okay, Greg.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
Greg Eystone, Riley County Extension Horticulture Agent. I want to officially invite the county commissioners, county clerk, and the assistant counselor, since Clancy's not here, to come to our garden tour. And that's going to be Saturday, June 26th. The theme that they put together is trains, turtles, and tradition. And so obviously you want to see some trains. I didn't know we had 2 trains, but there's 2 trains. I don't know how many turtles there are. That's at one site. And semi-traditional, because I would say this is our 32nd annual tour, but last year we got canceled. So it is our 32nd tour. For the master gardeners that have organized this, traditionally we were on Sundays, but we're not. We're going to be on Saturday. We've had a few on Saturday because we're a little bit later in the season. So Saturday, June 26th, and because it's on a Saturday, then we can do a morning tour. So it's from 8 to noon. So Saturday, June 26th, 8 to noon. It'll be our 32nd tour. Non-traditional, we are going to try to alleviate some interactions. So we're just asking for donations. So there's no ticket that you need to purchase beforehand. We are suggesting a $10 donation. That's what our tour tickets have been in the past. The exciting part is we have 7 private landscapes to tour. And I'll read them real quickly. Dave and Sonia Baker at 2626 Sumac Drive, that's a train. Laura and Don Hall at 3115 Bar Ridge, the train. There's other things, but that's kind of the main thing there. Tom Phillips and Dr. Deborah Dovek, 1530 Barrington Drive, no train. but lots of fun things to look at there. Ann and Dave Redmond at 2232 Cedar Acres. Daylilies. So we're a little bit later in the season, so we can showcase daylilies. There's a regional daylily tour coming up, and Ann and Dave are on that. Sarah Michael Wesh at 204 Delaware Avenue. That is a family garden. I guess I'd say the theme of it there. Judy and Kate Willingham at 324 Fordham Road. That is the Turtles. So you can go to any of these sites or you go to all of them. So just a little bit snippet of what you would see at them. So if you're limited on time, pick and choose. University Gardens, 1500 Denison Avenue has been our recipient of the funds raised. And last year, we're going to have a super tour and everything went south on that, but we put in a kaleidoscope that Master Gardeners funds raised from the garden tour, purchased this kaleidoscope that is at the University Gardens. Hasn't been really showcased because of situations, but now it's there and you can go see it anytime, of course, but that's kind of what some of the results of the fundraising goes towards projects at the University Gardens. So 32nd one, we've raised over $40,000. Typically, we have about 300 people come out to the tour, just depends on things. And I want to thank GIS department. They put together our map. And so that will be available at any of the sites. So you pick up your map and go figure out where you want to go next if you need to. Yeah, I think that's kind of what I had to talk about. So if there's any questions, I think McKinley's been on the tour, maybe participated on the tour, and maybe someday
Several times.
could be. We're always looking for new sites for the next year, and so nominate them. Let us know whether you want to encourage nominations or not. A couple of these, Tom and Deborah were on the 2004 garden tour, and Dave and Ann Redmond were on the 2002 tour. So we do have some repeats, just to kind of see how the gardens have changed and things like that. So it will happen, rain or shine. We've had heat. It's never been really cool on those days, but we've had hailstorms the night before. It's kind of fun. But it will happen Saturday, June 26th, 8 to noon. No tickets required, donation if you want. Master Gardeners will be there. They organize all this, and I'm excited because I don't, other than the past sites, I haven't really seen these places, so it's always fun.
Mhm.
Key thing is that you get to talk to the homeowners. I think that's really the more important thing than seeing the beautiful flowers, see their garden experience. So.
Okay, sounds good.
Unrelated question. Is this just me or is this an unusually heavy cottonwood? I mean, it looks like it's snowing in our backyard sometimes, I swear.
It feels like it's late this year.
That's funny because I was driving into work today and there's one blowing around in my car. What is that? Yeah, I don't know. So, plants, do they know what's going to happen? So all plants' goal is to reproduce. And so if it's heavy year, then they're thinking that maybe they really need to keep the species alive. And so, yeah, I don't know. And year, it's all temperature related. So we had a cool spring, I would say. In my mind, I don't know statistically if that's right, but that would push the bloom time a little bit later than that. So.
We had neighbors that have maple trees, and it snowed with maple seeds this year. I mean, I've never seen so many maple seeds in my yard.
Neighbors had one, we had a rain of those earlier. That when I was mowing yesterday afternoon, in the far back part of the yard, don't use that much. I mean, there was clumps of cottonwood just all over.
It's in along the Hudson Trail.
Yeah.
I would say, in fruit production or seed production, it takes a lot of resources out of the plant. And so maybe you can just think about, well, really, it was heavy this year, so next year there's not much food resource for seed or fruit production. So we get into that kind of alternating high seed years, and then the next year it's not as bad. So just look forward to next year. Shouldn't be as heavy population.
Over Memorial Day weekend, we had some company from North Carolina. They had seen that before. They went, "What is going on?"
What is this stuff?
Snow in June.
Yeah,
Wow.
that's the way it works.
Thank you. Hopefully, you can come out on Saturday, spend some time with the gardens and the homeowners.
Thanks, Greg.
Thank you.
There's a reason why it's the state tree.
Good morning, Commissioners. Remind everyone of the upcoming primary election for USD 383. That election will be August 3rd. That is a Tuesday. Want to remind everyone, the voter registration books close Tuesday, July 13th. Advanced voting in person and by mail will begin July 14th. By state law, advanced voting has to close August 2nd at noon. And so we'll run through those time periods. The primary election for USD 383, there are 10 candidates. The primary election will reduce the candidate number down to 6 that will proceed on to the general on November 2nd. Any questions? Okay. Anyone has any questions about Bradley County website? There's lots of information out there on the elections portion of the website. Also, feel free to call the county clerk's office at 785-537-6300. Thank you. Next, Commissioner, you have Tammy at 9:50. On Mel.
Questions that I want to.
Good.
We'll be back.
Yeah, just in time.
How are you going?
Today, I just felt really okay.
Okay,
I think it's for looking at the screen.
So you two know, today's just the first plus presentation for you guys to think about and come back and talk about it on Thursday after you get a chance to look and ask questions and stuff, so.
Will we explain how the revenue neutral rate applies? What we're looking at?
Tammy will. Yep. All that's really added is another process that we have to go through when you exceed it. If you don't exceed it, you will have to cut the budget tremendously.
Well, see, our rate is 41.791. Where are we at?
45.715. Full mills, you'd be cutting out 2.5, 2.6 million.
2.6 million.
So that's, you look at it compared to the mill rate. Is what it relates
You
to,
do.
right?
Do it well.
Actually, the revenue, but if we equate it back to mill rate, she'll go over it.
Yeah, that's what it's
Commissioner, and we'll have questions.
Okay, Tammy.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
Tammy Robinson, Budget and Finance Officer. This morning I'm here to have a work session where we're going to go over the budget calendar, remaining key dates. The developmental worksheet will give you a look at everything, all the numbers and the mill levy, and the county appropriation request in history. So with the budget calendar, just a couple of things to point out. We do have work sessions scheduled from June 21st to June 30th. We have modified those a little bit with bringing these numbers as soon as we could, which is today. We can actually hold work sessions through July 15th if necessary. And that will allow us to finalize the budget and determine if your intent is to levy above the revenue neutral rate. The last day to determine whether you're going to do that and notify the county clerk is July 20th. And at that point, budgets will be sent to the CPA for review around August 20th. And then I will bring back the final proposed budget after their review and present it to you around September 2nd. That will be for your approval. And then once that takes place, we'll send those hearing notices to the newspaper and have them published in early September, which has to be at least 10 days prior to holding these hearings. And we cannot hold hearings any later than September 20th. By this new revenue neutral rate, it has to be between August 20th and September 20th. We'll be pushing it out as far as possible, largely due to the cemeteries. They are on our budgets. They have these same stipulations, so they have to be able to hold their hearings prior to us holding our hearings. If we run into any issues with that, then it will probably come to the point where the cemeteries will have to publish separately. So hopefully we can balance all of that and make it within those dates. That's our intent. And once we have that done, the county will pass any required resolutions if your intent is to levy beyond that revenue neutral rate. And we have to have the adopted budget submitted to the county clerk by October 1st. Are there any questions on the calendar changes? Okay, the next thing is the budget developmental worksheet, which probably you've been anticipating seeing those numbers. So on this first page, you can see it's the expenditures. It does give you the general department up here at the top, and the middle does have the appropriations. So then we do have the general totals. You can see at the top we have the 2020 actuals, and those are unaudited because we don't have the audit back at this point in time. And then we have the 2021 budgeted contractual commodities and capital and their personnel services. And then to the right is the proposed 3 Cs, personnel services and totals. Clear to the right is your percentage change of the 3 Cs. So that's just taking your 2021 budgeted against your 2022 proposed. One thing I do want to point out on the general line, line 12, you see that's a relatively large number on that 11 million. That does include these ARP funds. So that would be the 7.2 million that we'll get in the 2022 budget year. However, on the other side, on the next page, when I show it to you, it will also have a revenue for that. So basically that's just an in and out being budgeted. So technically percentage of change, I have left that off. I've excluded it because it's not truly part of our budgeted expenditures for what ad valorem tax dollars will be. I did put a little placeholder down here on the wages. I wanted to show you that the difference between the 2021 and the 2022 is only the 2.81%. The reason that is not the 4.12, which would be the 3.12 step and the 1% COLA, is because we had changes in our department heads of long-term employees and turning over into newer employees. So those wage rates change, which does have an effect. The other thing that does have an effect is there's a health insurance moratorium that begins July 1st, 2021, and it goes to June 30th, 2022. So in each of this year and next year, we have a 1% change on that health insurance insurance portion, not health insurance, the Capers insurance portion that we don't have to pay this in that time frame. So in each of the years, it equates to the 0.5 because it's only a half year in both years as far as your full difference. The second page, well, let me finish here, I guess. Down here at the bottom, we do have bond and interest, county building, and RCPD, which are also ad valorem tax dollar funded departments. And again, the same information between the 2020 actuals, the 2021 budget, and the 2022 proposed. And then, of course, everything goes under 3Cs here because there's no wages in there, so you see the percentage of change as well. And then at the very bottom, we do have capital improvement and economic development. Those are indirectly funded from ad valorem because those are transfers that come from the general fund and go into those two funds. The next page is your budgeted revenues on the left-hand side. So you can see your 2020 budget, your 2021 budget, and then the 2022 proposed. Again, pointing out that in this line item that says payment in lieu of taxes program federal grant, that 7.2 million is in there for the ARP funds that will be coming in the 2022 budget year. Then on the left, on the right-hand side, you do see the calculations for your ad valorem taxes. So you see what the total expenditures are at the top for the 4 funds that have direct ad valorem tax dollars deposited into them. You have the total revenue here, and then you have your the amount of the ad valorem tax that will be required, which also includes a delinquency rate that we put into RCPD so that they don't run short. So with that, you can see the 30,971,436 is what we would need based on our budget. And that equates to 45.715 mils. And that's an increase of 3.43 mils from last year. Right here in the middle, it does give you that budget value of a mil, which is $677,488. Right up here in this corner, I did show you the percent of change from the prior year to the current year. And I've also shown you what the ad valorem taxes are per fund. And you can see on the bond and interest, which I did discuss with you earlier, that we would not require any ad valorem tax dollars this year because the money will be coming from the special assessments for those special district funds to pay their bonds. Right down here, I did go ahead and provide you the revenue neutral rate of 41.791. That's calculated based on using the same dollars that we received in 2021, which is that 28,312,598. And that's basically taking your new rate up here in comparison to what we had in revenues last year and calculating that it would be your revenue neutral rate.
I just want to be sure here that the commissioners, you understand that revenue neutral rate, and how Tammy got that, and where it's derived from.
No, will you go over that some more? You just explain it, how that works.
So based on this revenue neutral rate, what the state has in their legislation is that we cannot have any more dollars levied than what we had in the previous tax year, previous budgeted tax year, which is 2021. So here in this middle, this was our dollar amount, the 28,312,598 that we levied for the 2021 budget. So that's where we start with the 2022 budget. So unless your intent is to exceed the revenue neutral rate, we have to hold those dollars steady. We cannot go beyond that. So in order to take those dollars based on the valuation, we equate this to a revenue neutral mill rate. And so when you take that divided by this and 1,000, because you have to actually, it's 1,000 mil,
1 mil.
1 mil is $1,000 equated to $1,000. So when you take that and you divide the calculation, it comes to the 41.791, which means you can't go beyond that mill rate levy.
The easiest way for me to remember the revenue neutral rate is all the legislature has said is we are not allowing you local public entities to tax. Well, they're allowing you to, but they're saying you have to publicize or go through all these extra hoops if you exceed ad valorem taxes generated from the previous year. So that's what that 28,312,598 that Tammy pointed out is, and that's the way it'll be next year. Next year, whatever we generate in ad valorem taxes, they'll say, okay, if you're going to exceed that, you have to go through next year. We're gonna have to send out a notice to everyone stating who exactly is exceeding that rate. This year, we just have to publicize it, put it on our website. So that's what it is. You just cannot tax ad valorem taxes any more than the previous year, or else you have to go through these extra steps.
Okay.
They're not eliminating you doing it. Actually, to me, this is less confusing for the taxpayers than the tax that the calculations that we had to go through. It was very confusing to ever have to explain to a non-financial person.
It's interesting though, in the midst of this, that the neutral mill levy rate actually went down quite considerably in that process. I figured it would stay a little bit more equal along with the revenue neutral rate itself, but I know it didn't go up very much this year, and that's concerning for other reasons, but I figured it would stay pretty consistent, so I was off on that, but.
Well, your variable is the value of the mill.
Yeah.
Your valuation. So whatever your valuation is, whatever it does is going to determine what your revenue neutral mill rate is.
Could you tell me what the delinquency for RCPD is, the 30 million?
So when you collect ad valorem tax dollars, there's always going to be some that don't get paid. Some people do not pay their taxes. That's why we have tax sales, obviously. So when they don't pay their taxes, then we don't collect the full ad valorem dollars. So within the budget, they allow us to calculate a delinquency rate based on our past history. So we calculate, actually last year we calculated a 2% difference because of COVID, and we had no idea what ad valorem was gonna do. But historically, before that, it was a 1.4% delinquency rate, and I did put it back at 1.4% for this year.
And on that delinquency rate, Shiloh, I think you still do it. Shiloh generally shows the commissioners where the delinquency rate is. And so that's where we get it from, the actual delinquency rate. Shiloh keeps track of that each year and reports that to the commissioners, and Tammy and her communicate, and that's where we get that percentage from.
Okay.
People not paying their taxes.
Right, but why does it say RCPD? That's the police department.
Because it's a funded, it's ad valorem funded. And so I do not calculate a delinquency rate in any of the other funds other than RCPD. And the reason that is because we do not want that fund to run short. Because if we run short there, then we have to pull taxes from the general dollars and move it in there.
And what Tammy's saying is directly related to what I presented to you guys earlier, is because no matter what their medical expenses are there, no matter what maintenance problems are, we are legally obligated to do that. And Tammy's right, we could run out of money there, and then if we do that, then we'd have to do a transfer from general into there. So that's why for I don't know how long we've calculated the delinquency rate and only RCPD, but it's been a long time.
And keep in mind, it's about 7.6% of our overall budget.
But the delinquency rate for all the rest of it, we just have to absorb that. So,
Because we have other revenues that come in, the fees and different things, your interest. So those can absorb it, but there's nothing else that goes in RCPD besides your tax dollars.
And I would just point out, I know two of you are new, so that's why, forgive me trying to go through some of these extra explanations, but for decades now, Tammy and Shiloh would agree, is we always budget conservatively on revenues and conservatively on expenditures. And because we do that, where we gain in revenues and we're under on expenditures, we are able to cover any delinquency.
So where did you say the $7 million, how does that affect, or it'll be $14 million?
Well, but
We
half of it
said-
came in 2021 and half of it comes in 2022.
Mhm.
So we've already received the 7.2 million for 2021. And I will have to more than likely amend our budget for 2021 because we weren't prepared to get those dollars. But in 2022, we know where they're coming. So we're gonna budget as a revenue coming in, but we're also gonna budget it as if we expended it.
But would not that bring down our,
No, it's
not ad valorem.
because if you take
It's
seven
not.
point two minus 7.2, you come to zero, so there's no change. 7.2 revenue minus 7.2 expenses is zero, so it has no effect.
And that's what these sheets are showing you. The first sheet is basically your expenditures, and where Tammy pointed out in general where the 7 million is. And on the back side is where the 7 million is in expenditure, so it's just an in and an out, it's
Okay.
a wash. That's why it doesn't impact ad valorem taxes.
And it shouldn't
Straight
affect
up.
your percent of change because it isn't part of the ad valorem equation.
Okay.
On the, back on this sheet, whatever you're calling it, the development sheet, and the 21 budgeted personnel, does that include that 2% that we just added?
Yes.
Okay.
It includes, and yes, so if we just go back and look at that, I want to point out, so the numbers that are up here in the lines through 21, that includes your step. And it also includes the 2% that you'll be giving us come July 2nd. Down here on the bottom, on line 30, it says cost of COLA. So the total cost of COLA for just the general fund is here by itself. And that's for all of the departments in the general fund. But it does not include like solid waste, motor vehicle, because while they do have a COLA, those are, they fund themselves. So their revenue pays for their raises. There's nothing that goes in from ad valorem tax dollars to fund those proprietary departments.
But this is just for the 2022 budget. It would not include what we were paying July as of just the end this year, that 6 months.
No, but if you remember on that 2%, it's going to bump our pay scale by 2%. So in essence, in 2022, it is also affected.
This year,
Yeah.
that half a year adjustment is not ad valorem, it's coming through federal
Federal
funds, and then
funds.
next year.
Next year.
Right.
So it's not an additional, but it does have an effect.
It is. And also keep in mind, this doesn't include, to my knowledge, this doesn't include the potential new hirees that we,
It does not
Discussed.
include any of those.
No new positions.
New positions.
No new positions.
Oh, no,
The positions that were presented as new positions, we never include in the budget. The commissioners, you guys need to review those individually and decide if you want to approve any of them individually or none of them at all.
And then it's.
So yeah, that would increase the amount of ad valorem taxes needed for any positions that are added.
Right.
Do you have a sheet on that? I know I'd asked to have some special notation on the increase in,
The ones that are being asked?
Yeah.
No, we do not have that today. That is something we can certainly bring
Yeah.
you, but it is not part of today's
I
presentation.
would like to see that. I think that's very important.
You can bring that for Thursday, Sandy. Thank you.
Is there anything else on the budget developmental?
is there any other ad valorem expense at this point in time that's besides new hirees that aren't included? And we still need to discuss? I don't think there is there?
No, what has been presented, and of course, anything that you look at, you can make adjustments at any
Sure.
point, which
Right.
would have an effect
Right.
either way.
Okay.
But no new presentations.
What about the drugstore issues that are going through BODA? Where will that come in if they're approved for the?
So
Do
with
we have
this
a refund for that?
legislation, the thing is if you have 28 million that you can tax, then it's going to get redistributed among those tax holders. So if one drops out due to BOCC, like Home Depot, then those taxes that we collected from Home Depot in the past are now redistributed to everyone else in the pool, which in essence could make your taxes go up.
Yeah.
Which is not what their intent was for this. However, it can happen based on these BOCC cases specifically.
What you have to keep in mind here on that is that's going to be configured to 2022. So all the cases that we have currently aren't 2022 because we haven't gotten
We
to
haven't
22
gotten
yet.
yet, so it'll be in the
Right.
23
So
budget.
you're taking 19, 20, and potentially 21 out of next year's budget if it goes into
But
BOCC
those,
next
like I
year.
say, we're gonna have to
Right.
pay that back,
Right.
not this.
So it's not even that fiscal tax year. It could be 19, 20, and 21 before that will also come out of that.
Can we put some reserve aside for that, or do we have any reserve in case that happens?
You have the discretion to do that, yes, but no, we do not have that at this point, other than the reserves that we're holding in the general fund, and that wasn't specifically the purpose of those, however, it could be used for that if you had to.
Oh, would highly discourage that. This budget stabilization is meant for emergencies such as tornadoes and floods, and I would not get in the habit of using that, because when you use it for something like that, remember you have to replace it the next year. So while it may make the current year easier, it will come and get you the next year.
Well, yes, that concerns me as far as what's gonna happen to our taxpayers in 2023.
That's the thing that we need to,
Really is something.
it's
we
some
need
to
look
understand,
at.
some think that that's some kind of a tax reduction, which it is for each specific entity. But as Tammy pointed out, it gets spread out along the larger base to make up the difference. And that's what becomes challenging with that.
A couple other things I just want to point out is here, we show the transfers. So you can see the transfer to capital improvement is proposed at 3.7 million. Of that 3.7 million, $819,805 go into CIP for the annual radio project lease dollar or payment, the annual hardware refresh, and the annual motor grader lease payment. So those are debt payments that we can't avoid transferring dollars to CIP to cover. The remaining dollars are 2.9 million, which would be for any future approved CIP projects. So that is what the 3.7 makes up. The other thing to point out is the total change from the proposed 2022 budget in comparison to the 2021 budget is the $697,979. So of that, the 3Cs increase is 1.1 million. The personnel increased 489,000, and appropriation requests increased 88,000. Of that 88,000, 50,000 is due to the Adibus adjustment.
Yeah.
And so they have received CARES funds themselves, and they came to the commission and they wanted to decrease their appropriation request in 20 and 21 based on they would have those funds already from CARES. They did let the commission know that in 2022, they would come back with the full request that they had been previously asking for. So that does make up. Yeah. So of the 88,000, 50,000 was expected. The other thing to keep in mind is $250,000 is an adjustment for that reserve balance based on our policy that we passed for reserves. And our goal was to get to 3.5 million. Currently, we're at 3,050,000. So I do have that $250,000 increase to the reserves in the budget.
You said department, is that paid out for those? It says, due to the incoming heads replacing long-term, is the the end of whatever it's called, termination fees. Is that where that came out of then?
No, so I had already, when I said that little block, that little area up here where it shows the 2.81% of wages, and it's only the 489,000. It's less than what we would have expected at the 4.12%.
Oh.
Based on step and COLA. And the reason is because our department has changed and because we have that Capers health insurance moratorium.
So what it is, it's a reduction in wages, salaries, and benefits in the individual departments is where the reduction is.
Oh, okay.
It's not out of that line item I showed you in general for separation of service.
Oh, okay.
But you can see what we're requesting in the general did decrease, and that was largely because we had paid out more dollars, expected to pay out more dollars in 20 and 21 than we are expecting to in 2022.
On the revenue, or budgeted revenue. Treasurer. One, it shows the sales tax, which is shown going up a little bit. The 1516, but then the special highway fund going down, is that sales tax also?
Yeah,
What's
that's a distribution that we get from the state
Yeah.
based
okay.
on gas, fuel.
That's not our
tax, and-
sale, that's not
No,
that, that's,
it's not.
okay.
That's-
That's why I couldn't figure out why one went up, that's a different one.
Yeah.
That's what, so the state's just
And
shorting
it
us
went
again.
down, a little bit last year, mainly because a lot of people weren't traveling much last year, and so to be conservative, I matched kind of what came in last year.
Oh, okay.
You gotta remember the price, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, so price of that's gone up significantly this year, so that's part of the difference. So,
I think something that's the legislature's gonna have to figure out local governments are is with the big switch to electric cars, there is no fuels tax on that. And so that's gonna be a huge swing on how we're gonna start funding roads and bridges in our state, and they're gonna have to figure out that issue.
The registration did go up for those vehicles last year, so,
The electrics.
um,
Yeah, so
And a lot
I
of
was
that
wondering, what are
money
you gonna
goes
do,
to-
if they're not, the gas tax is what pays for the roads, but they're not
Mhm.
contributing now.
yeah, the registration fee for electric and hybrids went up to make up for some of that, because then not many goes to KDOT.
I guess is they're gonna call it some kind of a fuel cell type of charge or something like that eventually, and, yeah. it makes a good- Yeah, something.
That's something to keep an eye on.
Yeah.
Road tax, something, yeah.
One of the other ones that we are budgeting quite a bit lower is the investment income. But if you recall, when Shiloh has been coming, we went from a 0.5% interest in 2020 down to a 0.07, and now it's down to a 0.02. She doesn't, even the CDs, they're not bidding them, she doesn't, and if they do, they're not strong rates. And so large dollars are sitting in the checking account at that 0.02% interest. So was conservative based on what we've seen come into this point in time in 2021. One other thing, and this, I just did this as a quick snapshot to show you some of the departments that, you would expect to see a 4.12% increase as an average or relatively close to that. We're not seeing that, and so I wanted to explain to you why, which I did as an overall, the department heads and the insurance moratorium is having an effect, but these are the specific things in the specific departments where you can see that there's definitely been an adjustment, and this is the reason why. Are there any questions on any of those?
You say you are coming back on Thursday for another session, correct?
I certainly can, if that's what you would like, but it does sound like you want the new hires to come back anyway.
Yeah, that's kind of what we thought, because we knew we were throwing a lot at you today. You know, we've seen this to give the commissioners some time to read and digest it and call and ask questions in between now and then and ask for any additional information. We're here to provide you guys what you need to make those decisions. I think a really important number that Tammy provided is that one on the back on the revenues. To stay at the revenue neutral rate, you'd have to cut 2.659 million. So
The last thing I want to provide information on are the appropriation requests and the history of them. So you can see in 2019, 20, and 21, what was requested and what was approved by the commissioners. And you can also see the percentage of change. And then I have provided the 2022 requested amounts that we've had come in. We do have the RCPD request, appropriation request, so you can see that went from the 4.3 million to the 4.5 million. It is a 4.68% increase request. And the other thing to point out is down here on these additional requests, the indigent attorney panel is not truly an appropriation request. However, it is a request, and they do adjust that based on what they are asking in salaries for these positions. Usually Clancy goes through some of that information with you if you like additional history background on that. But at this point, you can see they are asking for a 4.12% increase, which is our average step and COLA. You can also see the history of what they received in the past.
What's that general Evo?
Okay, so that's the one, if you recall, on the economic development funds, we have that generic line that we put dollars in for you guys to determine if there's anything at your discretion you would want to provide funds for. So, a couple things they talked about is there may be some benefit districts that need some money used in there. And then I think Rich had pointed out that the Chamber of Commerce sometimes comes and asks for specific dollars for specific programs. So that is at your discretion to have those funds available for those that you can't anticipate when the budget is done.
I think that's generally why the commissioners have always wanted to have some available, because sometimes they'll come up and the commissioners go, okay, where do we have the money at? Well, if we have it all items budgeted for something else and there is no additional funds, but also remember, I think potential, I've talked to Commissioner Ford about this a little bit, if there's some monies in there and we have the ability and the need to help the Keats area get the sewer system in, that's economic development to help make that more affordable. Tammy and I have talked, and it's kind of, I think, something needs to be on the commissioner's radar. If we do that, then should we also do something for Fairmont? It's a new sewer system coming in, so those are both definitely economic development related, because they're keeping those houses viable and generating ad valorem taxes. But just a couple ideas. Unfortunately, there's always needs for additional revenue somewhere, but we got to pick and choose what are the commissioner's priorities.
The other request is Three Rivers has come in and they've requested each year. They've not been approved in the past, and they didn't present a request last year. So because they haven't been funded in the past, we have kept it down there underneath additional requests. You can also see clear over to the right where these are paid from. So the top ones are the general funds. That $20,000 out of us line, that's a transportation dollar amount that the Public Works puts in through their specific budget. So it is in the general fund, however, it is directly from the Public Works budget, where the rest of them are under an appropriation department. And then we have the RCPD, which is put in, the ad valorem tax dollars go directly into their fund, and then we appropriate those dollars out on a quarterly basis to RCPD. And then the economic development ones were presented with the budget as to what their requests were at this point in time. And again, that can be adjusted based on what you approve. that is something that you'll go through and determine what you approve. And it can be today or it can be future budget sessions.
The community corrections was a high percentage of increase.
So if you go back on their history, you can see in 2019, and even if you went back, I came here in 2016, there was no funding that was provided for community corrections and they didn't put in a request. They did start requesting funds in 2020, as you know, when she's come and presented. They do have some shortages with their state budgets, and so they have been in the past asked for some training and travel expenses to be covered with this appropriation request. If you recall, when she presented to you, it was a little bit more than just the training and the, I think she included some specific wages in there. So if you need additional information, again, as to what she actually presented, we can bring that back as well. But she did request more funding this year than in the past.
The difficulty with that, commissioners, is that's one of those hybrid departments where Riley County is required to have it and house them. They are state funded. They are Riley County employees. They go through our hiring process, but they're state funded. And so commissioners for decades were opposed to subsidizing the state, i.e. adding more money to the budget to cover additional costs. There are many counties throughout the state that do subsidize it, and we currently are now. So it depends on to what level you want to continue to subsidize the state functions, but we also do that in the treasurer's office with motor vehicle. We subsidize state motor vehicle functions. So they are our employees, so it's just a decision you have to make. I don't see the state funding situation getting any better, but then, you know, when we raise it to cover costs that the state isn't, then we're criticized by the state legislature because we're raising taxes. So, but then it's okay for them to make us increase taxes by requiring us to send out additional mailers next year. So,
Oh, but those are going to be paid for.
yeah, even if they are paid for 2 years, not after 2 years,
Right.
sure.
Well, we're kind of getting behind agenda here. So Tammy's going to come back on Thursday, gives everybody a chance to
Okay.
kind of review some things, digest everything that we've discussed, and make some recommendations at that time. And we'll just go from there. And with the expanded calendar, I guess we've got more time to make some decisions this year. So maybe there's a little bit of a positive to that, given the dynamics of it. But one of the things that was suggested at KC, or KCCA, excuse me, was that regardless of what we determine for the revenue neutral rate, it's pretty imperative that we go through the process this year regardless. So even if we keep it flat or even if we drop it, their recommendation is to go through that process. The reality is it's going to be here for a while, and at some point in time, you probably are going to have to increase it, and to have that process done this year, particularly when we don't have to do the extra mailing and publication this year, is of a benefit to help streamline that budgetary process in the future. So for the moment, that's all I've got.
So this page here is the one that you want to look at closely with the calculations that get you down to that mill levy rate and the revenue neutral dollars.
And do keep in mind, that's a dollar-based rate, not necessarily mill levy either. So, yeah.
So if you made no changes today, we would hold a public hearing for the revenue neutral rate. And if you voted and approved it, then we would have a resolution that you would have to pass and adopt the budget by that October 1st date.
Okay, we'll be back on Thursday.
Sounds
Thank you,
good.
Tammy.
Okay, thanks.
That's
We're way past John's.
Yeah. Fun stuff, John.
Fast as I can. How many questions do you have?
Nobody else gets any money today.
Bad timing.
Did you catch that?
I don't want to spend it.
Well, spend what you have. John Ellerman, Public Works. I'm gonna start real quick. My update, couple things, real quick, West 32nd Street, our Avenue Bridge. We applied for the cost share program and we did not get a project on that list. So it's still a sales tax project, so we'll just continue where we're going. South Otter Bridge will be looking to set up bid dates here soon. Sin Road Bridge, August 1st is about, we're estimating when that might start. That was the early start date too for the project. Real quick through there. What I wanted to really share with you was the scope of services, scope of work for the asbestos removal and for the church demolition. These so far were just kind of drafts. I wanted to present them to you before we send them out to bid. I don't see the asbestos really being a big problem or any controversy stuff in there, but what we'd like to maybe do is do that first, get all the primal asbestos out, not the total list that was in that report, but the friable asbestos, and then once that's all gone and taken care of, we can get in there with the other contractor for demolition. The demolition, if you looked on on the
Scroll down there, John.
yeah,
Stuff's there.
the scope of services, the highlighted stuff are the ones where I have line of questions on, or we have some issues that we need to.
Yeah,
I mean, not so much really the 180 days, that's gonna be a touch and feel how long we want them to really take care of that before we get in and plant grass to the lot. The other is we'll need to, between Public Works or Council's office, make some contact with the bank before we go forward, and then have the contractor do some of that PR work with them to negotiate or work with. We definitely probably want to take away that row of parking for them, just to make sure we don't damage anything or any maybe give them some room to work in. That's, I mean, we'll contact, I think the plan was at least contact the bank to aware of what's going on and let the contractor negotiate some of that with them, how they're gonna use that. The other one would be working days and times. I threw that in there because I think Barry had kind of caught Gary leaving one day and said something about working times, and we're trying to get a hold of Barry to either request certain days or just go ahead and bid it as Monday through Friday, Saturday work, however their work schedule is. And then the last one is there was some talk about salvaging some of the stone from the walls. Questions were what to salvage it as, either riprap or to be used as material later in some other part of the structure or something. So those are the two alternatives we have on there. And if we were gonna do salvage it for walls, which walls are all? I see that really escalating price of the bid, but that's why we have there as alternates so everybody can see what we got. If there's any questions on that, I'll be happy to take them, or we can move on to the next item.
One of those limestone blocks, we had discussed keeping them and probably either selling them or keeping them for a potential new building in the future, because those are expensive to purchase. we were to.
Well, that's what
replace them?
alternate one says, and then, like I
Where
said,
would we put them? Do we have a place? Would we could stay on the lot and be stacked around or what?
we won't keep them here. There won't be any room here to keep them, and I don't think we want to leave them. Well, I don't think we want the way it's gonna look if we left them here. The idea with this would be to have the contractor stack them. And we bring a truck down, put them on a truck and unload them somewhere in our yard. And wait for whatever happens to them, if we sell them or if we use them. That'll be up to the commission to decide how they want to use that in the future.
What is the likelihood of those selling?
Small.
Well, and
I don't know.
then what's it cost to preserve as opposed to what you gain? I mean, Greg would probably have a better idea on that.
But when you're saying the ones without saving, are you just the oldest part?
Well, that was with the certain walls, there was a question mark there, which walls, which ones are we salvaging, which ones are we gonna let?
I have no problem salving it for maybe riffraff or something else down the road that will save us some money.
The
But
building
I
costs gone up so
yeah,
much and those.
I just
kinds of
don't see them, I don't see this particular type of limestone really selling myself, but
things. You never know.
That's what number one, is that, like I say, does that apply just to the, the original building, and then the other one applies to the limestone every place else? Is that what our intent was, or you're asking us?
I'm asking you, that's what I'm asking.
Well, that's
you.
what John's asking. I mean, it was Commissioner Folke that had said something, so the commission needs to decide and give him direction on, do you want to do that or not? Which walls, that way he can put it in the bid information. You know, if it's all the limestone, that's gonna be much more costly.
can you do both? Give us an estimation of what that's gonna be for both?
Well, that's what, if we made number one just for the old building and two for everything else. Is that?
So we can add a third one if you're saving all the rock for future use on the building or to sell. Part of it,
Well, the
or a
first-
riprap.
Yeah, the oldest building, those stones are, you don't even see them deteriorating in any way. And the addition in the 30s, those match, and the one in the 60s are getting real discolored and they're different. Original building had arches in it and all sorts of things.
Yeah.
Probably.
Decorated around the top, the camera over the windows and the room. But when they're saying saving it for, say for riprap, do you use that much?
If I remember Alvin right, he didn't care to have any of it. We have a stockpile in the yard. And it doesn't look like we're using a whole lot of it in places.
The county doesn't necessarily need it for material, and the least costly method of demolition is to just have them dispose of it.
Yeah.
Anything you do beyond that is gonna be more costly. But if you do want the alternate on which rock to save, John needs direction on which rock to save. If it's just the original building, then let him know and he can put that in there. It's pretty clear.
Yeah,
Just the original building, or is it all rock?
I didn't realize that we already had a stack of material for that purpose, so that kind of changes my thought.
Probably the original building, or what's to be the most.
I would just say, yeah, do a bid to see what it would cost to either have it completely hauled off or just, and to save just the original building for some other rationale down the road. Yeah. That'd be fine. And
just the two walls, not trying to say what pieces there. Some.
when you have that 180 days, are you talking from total start to total grass growing, or it just seems like a long time?
Yeah, that's what I think that's pretty long. I might drop that down to 60, 80 days or something, just to give it time to settle before we went in there and put some grass in there.
Considering that there's not much of judicial proceedings or trials going on in court right now, maybe that changes between now and the end of the year, we should be able to work out times to do demolition during regular business hours. We don't need to stretch this out any further than what we need to, and we need to make that work.
Well, and the thing is, when you go outside of regular business hours, it's just gonna increase your
Yeah,
costs, the bids.
Yeah, that's what
Yeah.
Limited to.
And unfortunately, I mean, when we go through these things, it's an inconvenience all, it's just like this paint removal stuff is, but it's cheapest to do it that
Right.
way, and everyone can still work around it.
Yeah, I'm not gonna drag this on weekends and weekdays, a little bit here and a little bit there. We need to get that done and taken care of, yeah.
You got the direction on that you need, John?
I think so.
Okay.
We'll let you know when we send those up to. Start sending them up to.
Okay, sounds good.
Last thing, the second thing I had on there on the list was, K-24 has been closed due to that reconstruction of the box and replacement. We had worked out a deal with KDOT to dust suppressant on Crippy Creek Road, since that was a road that needed to be used by residents between Riley, Leonardville, making shortcuts. This agreement just tells KDOT we agree to their cost. We buy the dust and chloride. We make arrangements to have it sprayed, and they reimburse us up to the $30,000. I will intend to do anything more, or at least buy any more than the $30,000 worth. We will help the township grade and get the roads back up to shape, like we normally do with regular business on township roads. We can't put this on without the agreement, or we won't get reimbursed for it. I update on the project is I think they just poured the floor Thursday. So they'll start forming walls and top. That'd be I'd see a month and a half, 2 months before the project's done. Whether we can get the stuff in here in that time is another story. So as soon as, if you agree to sign this today, we'll make arrangements that see when we can get the material and go from there. I guess worst case is we don't make it in time and the project opens, we don't need to put it up. Our best case, however you want to look at it.
But so this is, you're doing Crook Creek all the way, all, 4 miles?
Yeah, it'll be close, we'll cover the 4 miles with that.
Goes all the way, I didn't know what went up and over Homestead, or they think people are all just going straight north on.
I think Homestead might have been used on when school was getting in and out. I haven't been up there since, but I think most of the traffic was on Crooked Creek and running from one end to the other.
I've gone over the next mile, the county road, use that, because it's a better shape.
It's actually a lot more work to put that stuff on than people realize.
Oh,
I didn't realize that until our section, when our bridge went out, but you just don't spray it on and go. You gotta work it in.
And you have to make sure you have a good road before you put it on. So we want to grade it up, get sloped, get built up, and then put some good gravel on it. This maybe we'll be able to shortcut a little bit, just grade it up and a little bit of gravel or however what. This is just meant for it to be temporary fix while traffic is off of 24.
Does that treatment make the road a little darker, or is that what that is? I mean, when you got, because like I said, I went, because Olympic, the next one over anyway, because I went up there, going to Leonardville, and I noticed there's one section in front of somebody's house.
Yeah.
It seemed a little darker. I'm guessing that's.
The mag chloride will suck the moisture out of the air, keep it on the ground, and it keeps the dust from flying for one, and it kind of the stabilization product too, where it can be used to stabilize your base or so it keeps us from having to grade it as often. Definitely keeps the dust from flying.
See, I noticed going up the dark, and then I was watching coming back, and that you go to see the dust drop when you get on it, yeah, on the section. I'd never No, I haven't ever paid that much attention to that before, but since we've been talking about it, I'm watching it this time.
So what do we want to do here?
I think we need to see if we can get it done.
Okay.
And move to approve the sign the agreement with KDOT for the application dust control on Crook Creek Road.
I would second that.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded on truck work with KDOT on Crooked Creek Road. All those in favor?
Aye. Chairman, please.
Do you have anything else, John?
I do not, unless you guys have some questions.
Great talk. Thank you. Thanks, John.
Good morning, commissioners.
Morning.
I'm not gonna review Clancy's list, I think it's pretty self-explanatory. I just want to update you on 3 projects I'm working on. A lot of time. This is just an update as to the status of the 2021 tax sale. We're 12 days out from the tax auction. The tax auction will be June 25. The Public Works training room, which is in the lower floor of the Public Works facility, and the auction will start at 10 a.m. We have 15 properties as of today. I can't really explain to you what the other residential structure is. I probably should know that, but off the top of my head, I just can't picture that. As you can see, the 2 biggest categories are properties that have no improvements on them. They're vacant lots, and then we do have 18 lots in Ogden that are over by those apartments along the highway. But these are vacant lots that were originally platted for condominiums, so they're really narrow and long. We have 9 lots on one side of the road and 9 lots on the other side. I have got an order from the court allowing me to sell those as 2 parcels. We aren't going to sell each individual lot. We think that would not be very marketable, and so we're gonna sell these as 2 9-lot parcels. The problem with these properties are that they have expensive special assessments on them because the city of Ogden put in sewer and water, and we have never ever not sold a property at tax auction, but these may be properties we may not sell. We'll have to wait and see. They sold last time 4 years ago, and even though I announced the specials, this person bought them, and then when he realized how much they all added up, he never ever paid taxes on them ever. And so now we're reselling them 4 years later. So we'll just have to see.
If they buy them, do they have to pay the past special? They don't have.
No, but they gotta pay the future.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I figured that's what I assume that's what those.
That's the real, that's the real issue. I mean, we extinguish all prior delinquent specials, but they gotta pay going forward. Yeah.
That's about 2/3 of the outstanding balance too. It's quite a bit.
And we have, as of today, in this tax case, collected a little over $123,000. So, if you want one more update before the tax auction, I'll give that to you. We had 2 properties redeemed last week to get us down to 15. So I can't tell you what's going to happen in the next 12 days, but that's always a possibility of some of the other individual properties. But we've been kind of averaging about 15, 20 properties to sale, so that's good. I mean, that means everybody else has paid their taxes off. Any questions? And I don't know if John, Commissioner Ford, I don't know if you've been to a tax auction or not, but if any of you haven't, it's an interesting spectrum of life to come out and to watch the bidders particularly. So if you have some time, the morning of Friday, the 25th, come out and spend an hour and just watch the tax auction. It's an interesting event.
Wait, 25th or 26th? You said Friday the 25th. I thought it was on the 26th.
No, it's Friday the 25th.
Oh, okay.
It's Friday the 25th at 10 a.m.
I went to the one where the city of Manhattan ended up buying all that one out there in Mill Ranch. I don't know what it's called.
Lee Mills.
Lee Mills.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was at that one because there was one in Riley. The city was interested in.
Yeah, yeah. And I've already been told by the city, they're not gonna come out and bid on these lots. Yeah. And then the second project I just wanted to update you on is the brick case.
Oops, my bad.
I was hoping by today I could give you a file stamp copy of the Britt agreed temporary injunction. We had some issues, council, and another attorney and I had some issues with a previous order from May 14th. We finally got that file early last week. We had to get a court date put into the new agreed order. We got that from the judge on Thursday of last week. We uploaded it on Friday. My staff just gave me a note since I've been down here that the judge is in trial all this week and they don't think she's going to sign it till next Monday. So, but we do have an agreed to journal entry by council, and there's a summary page there, and I just wanted to give you those deadline dates. I gave you that exhibit 6 because what that shows you is the area that's outlined in the red and white dotted line. That's the area in which Mr. Brett can do no more work on, because that's where he dumped the dirt. And that's the area where he has to come into compliance with not only our floodplain regulations, but the Department of Agriculture's floodplain regulations. And he has to really comply with the state first, and then he has to comply with us. And then everything else that's hashed in those green lines, he can use that for agricultural purposes. He can plow, he can plant. Obviously, he can't bring in dirt, but he can use it for ordinary agricultural purposes. In addition to him not doing anything agricultural within that rectangle, he has to, one of the deadlines is he has to have the stacked up trees, the excavated trees removed by the end of the year. We do have, if we need a hearing date on this agreed order, we do have a hearing date of November 10th. The judge has set aside the entire date to try this case if we need to. I will tell you that if Mr. Britt misses any of the deadlines I've outlined there, we'll file a citation in contempt. I will try to get a contempt hearing sooner than November 10th. But I also will advise the commission that maybe the judge will stack the citations on that date also. If he violates a date in July, I would hope I could take him to court sooner than November 10th, but I'll keep you posted on that.
Okay.
Any questions?
Was there, no, the people that brought this up next door,
The Sewells?
Sewell, yeah, I'm sorry, the name escaped from it. Is there something about removing, because it looked like some of the junk they had dumped was on his property. This, where they'd been dumping trees and trash on his property. How's that?
And I'm not aware that was the case. I mean, from what Mr. Higgins was able to evaluate, all the excavated trees were stacked on Mr. Brett's property. And I'm not aware of any.
That's when he took me out. He said some of this was, and I didn't have the lines that he said he thought some of that stuff was on his property.
Yeah, and I'm not aware of that
Oh,
at this point. From what Mr. Higgins has gone out there and evaluated.
Oh, okay.
then the last thing I just wanted to give you an update on, and John can help me out here if he thinks he needs to, is that we've been working hard on the Keat Sewer District project. We made a presentation to you earlier. We had a little bump in the road here in the last 10 days because we wanted to do a new income survey, which would help us get CBG grant, get the revolving KDH loan, and maybe get additional grant money from USDA. We pitched that to USDA, and they initially denied our ability to get a new income survey, saying that one was done 4 years ago and it's too soon to do another one. And I can't remember the name of the company. It's something Governmental Services, GSI. GAS, that's going to do the income survey for us. They pitched in and contacted the USDA, and last week we got notification that they would approve the new income survey.
Yeah.
So we got over that little bump in the road, and I think this contractor wants to get the survey done probably within the next 10 days to 2 weeks, because they have some deadlines. We need it for a meeting that Sam Johnson has to go to, I think particularly the CBDG funding, because that's not a guaranteed loan. And so we have to kind of go pitch our program to get those funds. So at least we're on course with that, and that will keep us moving forward on the Keat situation. Any questions about that? Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thanks, Greg. Next, Commissioners, we have Lana Singer at 11 o'clock.
Morning.
Check Steve about that. I had never heard that. Mr. Sewell claiming that some of the after effects of this was on his property, so.
And I can't miss there how much which one it was, but one of those down by the creek, it looked like when they were pushing stuff out there, they piled. There was trash, and there's all the stuff, there was trees and dirt and trash and stuff. And he said that was on his property.
I had not heard of that even from my conversation with Mr. Sewell. I never heard of that. So I'll get back with Steve and check on that.
Okay.
And yeah, I remember saying that, and there was all sorts of stuff in that dump.
Yeah.
Accidents.
I will say, if you look at that aerial, just to the west of that red rectangle, there's kind of a rocky looking clumpy type area.
Mm-hmm.
That's an old dump pit that I think the prior owner, I don't know who that was, used when they owned that property. And to Mr. Brett's credit, he's cleaning that out. He's digging out old corrugated pipe and pieces of steel because he wants to farm that. So to his credit, he's in the process of cleaning that location right there. And so we obviously wanted him to continue to do that.
Yeah. Yeah, Sewell said they did old trailers that had asbestos, and dumped those in there. And
Also just smashed up the old trailers and buried it.
Yeah, no, and I think that issue is on the Flores property further down the lane. KDHE is working on that.
Yeah, I saw with I saw their injunction whenever there's something they were doing out there they're now no longer able to do because the state.
Yeah, I mean,
sounded pretty serious.
I think
might be able
it was
to.
my understanding that the mobile home issue was with the Flores property.
was it? Okay.
Yeah.
We walked all over up there.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Before we go, let me chat with you about something that popped up at KAC that might be beneficial to us.
Okay.
Speaking of these type of issues.
So, hey, Commissioner McKinley, I just have to tweak you a little bit. Is that what was the one presentation you thought was not so beneficial?
I'm not gonna.
Okay.
Discuss it.
Okay. I didn't. There was.
I missed it because I had to come back to that meeting.
We all had that experience. Whenever we go to a conference, there's one, would have been better just to have a coffee break, and I didn't mean to put you in that much of a spot, so.
Yeah. But yeah, for everyone to see.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's true. And that would affect the presenter, you know. So,
Yeah, I just would have liked to see video of you, like I said, trying to scout the county commissioner back when you were young. That would have been great. I've got a whole new perception of you now, Greg.
Yeah, I wish I had something on chip. I just. But it's an interesting group. You know, we ran around and then put together. Chip became a high patrol officer. I became an attorney. Someone else became a doctor. You know, we all turned out pretty good.
You guys
so.
served together in KAC. Okay. Well, with that, Alana.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I hope you don't mind. I did go ahead and pull up our website here on the other page to take a look at that. Thank you so much for the opportunity to talk a little bit about our youth educational programs that we did this last spring. So typically at the Riley County Historical Museum, we do host in a normal year, every 4th grade class in the county through the Wolf House Museum. It's a lot of fun. We have some wonderful docents that help with this program, but obviously this year we were unable to do that. So we changed it to a virtual program. Now, I'm sure you're familiar with virtual programs by now and how sometimes sitting through a webinar or just a talking head does not really get the point across. So what we tried to do was create an engaging website that not only within the website, the students were able to kind of explore on their own, but we also incorporated video as if they were to tour the house, so they had video that they could see. We also had hands-on objects that went to each classroom, so a teacher could check out a history kit. And then we also had packets put together. So we made over 500 packets for each student to have that had 1880s toys, calling cards, different activities that they could actually take home with them. So you can see here, I won't go through the whole thing. It does take a little bit to get through, but I thought I'd just share a little bit of kind of what this looked like for the students. The other important thing we felt with this virtual program, even if some of the students were doing the hybrid, so if they were at home, they had the ability to do this as well. It might not load, I apologize. If it takes a little bit, we might just move on, but we had a lot of fun putting it together here. See, and that is the one downside with technology. With history, you could just come into the house and everything works like you want it to, but I don't know if this is gonna load, so I'll go ahead and just forward through here. But as you can see, we really encourage the students just to explore our community here. So whether it's students that were up in Riley, the Riley Elementary Schools, they could get a sense of what it looked like here in town. So they could see what life was like here in Manhattan during the 1880s. They could look at historic maps and get a sense of what our community looks like today. What has changed, what has stayed the same. Talking a little bit about boarding houses. So that is what the Wolf House is. It was an 1868 Victorian boarding house. We do have it interpreted today in the 1880s. So they could explore this a little bit, learn about who and how many people were living in the boarding house. So you can see in 1870, they had 16 people living in a boarding house. And this was before the addition to the house. So you imagine that's a lot of people crammed into a little space there. So we always, as in previous years, we try to align our programs with Kansas 4th grade state education standards. So we did our best with this program as well, even in the virtual sense. So they could learn about the families that lived in the home and owned the home. So you can see here is an example, and like I said, I apologize, I'm not sure that they're going to load, but you can see we had some of our wonderful docents come in and they would explain in the different rooms.
So things that they would talk about in each individual space, the students would actually be able to see in the classroom. For example, in the parlor of the Wolf House, we show the stereoscope. Well, it's not fun just to have somebody show you the stereoscope. The students actually had their own that they could use in the classroom to actually see and feel what that was like to use one of those. Talking about the different utensils that you would use in the 1880s. So just a fun way for students to go through, almost like a game too, that they could learn about all the different utensils in the 1880s.
Do one clean. I don't know what that is.
Asparagus tongs.
Oh.
So each person would have their own set of asparagus tongs. And of course, this is pre-dishwasher. So it's the person washing all the dishes.
That's right.
Which that's our favorite part too, when we actually have the tours in person. We have to do all the cleanup too. So again, the different videos we had. Fun ways for the kids to explore, learn more about components of the parlor here. The kitchen. And then everybody's favorite topic is the bathroom situation in the 1880s. We usually have docents really fighting over who gets to talk about that with the kids. And the responses are always a hoot. I need to start writing them down, especially when you show the kids the chamber pot. I've heard it's a cookie jar.
Oh my gosh.
All types of fun things. We did talk about clothing. We had Marla Day, who is the senior curator at the Textile Museum up at K-State. She came to talk about clothing in the house during the 1880s. She spoke about crazy quilts. So you can see we also wanted to encourage vocabulary, introducing new vocabulary to the students as well so they could highlight different words, learn about the Centennial Philadelphia Exposition of 1876. But one of the really fun parts, they were able to make their own crazy quilt blocks. So we had scrapbook paper, cut them up. The kids could put them together in a square and they could design their own crazy quilt block. So as I mentioned, just emphasizing, we tried to make it as engaging as possible. Not just to have the kids sit and watch a video or listen to somebody talk to them about what life was like in the 1880s, but they could actually experience and use their own creativity. So they were able to make their own toys. So you could click on any of these and it would take you to a video where you could make your own, whether it was a thaumatrope or whirligig. Laundry. And a lot of the kids say, I can't wait to go home and tell my mom to do laundry this way. And I say, good luck. They're going to be recruiting you to help. But we do go through the process of what it was like with the washboard, the wringer, the lye soap, and talk about that. Anything additional we have regarding the Wolf House Museum, we wanted to incorporate as well. So here you can see this is actually Fremont Street. Here's what Fremont Street looks like today. Just so they can see there are things in our community that stay the same, there are things that change. Just to be able to highlight different components here. Who these individuals were and census data. They could learn more about why it's called the Wolf House. That's also common for the students. When the fourth graders come through the front door, they think we have wolves in there, and I hate to disappoint them that no, we don't. It's named for Mrs. Lucille Wolf, who donated the home. And then we invite them. So of course the goal is for them to come visit in person. So even though this year we were kind of relegated to do this virtually, we do want to encourage the students to come experience the house in person, bring their friends, bring their families, and have a chance to actually go into the home and see what that was like. We are evaluating the program and making improvements for the future. We have several things we would like to add. So if you have any suggestions, please let us know. And we hope to also make this available to other students as well and to the public in general. We do have additional kits that if somebody is interested in checking out at the museum, or if they want some of those individual student kits, they're welcome to come by for free.
We provide those student kits, and of course, admission to the museum is also free. And again, we just had a wonderful time. Our docents are so supportive of our educational programs, and we appreciate all their help. And also the teachers. The teachers were all very enthusiastic, and were very supportive in this change in what we were doing this time. So we hope to, as I said, add more to it. And then hopefully this next year, we look forward to having the students back in person. So thank you very much. If, as I mentioned, have any suggestions or questions, we'd be happy to answer them.
How long have they been doing that?
I think since 1987, 88.
I think my daughter went through that. Well, it would have been one of the first years, actually, I think.
Okay.
And she came home excited about it, because they had taken the tour through it. She, was really excited about all the things she saw there.
Very neat.
And reading your thing, I had to Google thaumatrope and buzzsaw to see what those are. I mean, I've seen those things before. I didn't know that's what they're called.
Yes.
I learned some new terms.
Well, and that's what we're, as much as possible, as I said, trying to introduce new vocabulary, things that these students have never seen before. They're used to PlayStations and hands-on device and their tablet right in front of them. So even these little toys, we hope to keep them engaged and show them this was what life was like. You sometimes made your own toys, so we really wanted to give them the opportunity to do that. Well, thank you very much.
Next, Commissioner, do you have Shiloh? 11:15.
Yeah.
I'm friendly on this stuff.
Yeah.
Well, like especially the treasury, all those reports, like I've seen them before, it was great.
Annually,
Couldn't access anything over the weekend.
annually, the museum used to always invite the commissioners to have lunch at the Wolf House.
I've been there, I've been to the other museum.
It's neat.
It's so excited.
I like that asparagus.
Well, should we tell them
What?
that we've actually had an 1880s lunch there?
I just told
Oh,
them.
yeah.
I just told them. Yep, each year they would invite commissioners to go. have
No, the food wasn't from the 1880s.
Oh, that's too bad.
Use the utensils and the
Yeah.
dishware.
Well, they can schedule that now.
Of course, if Craig comes with us this time, he's not allowed to use utensils for obvious reasons.
Exactly. Now that we know that he has a history.
Uh-huh.
I can tell you, I would never use asparagus tongs, I will tell you.
Uh-huh.
I'm not a fan of that vegetable, so.
No?
Oh, man, asparagus are so good.
That means you have to use the utensils for something else, and that's what scares
That's what
us.
you're worried about.
Right.
It sounded good, the stories. I don't know if I want to.
Oh, you weren't here earlier before the.
Yeah, this year talking about it.
I just, for some, I wasn't listening to it for some reason.
One of the commissioners from
Harvey County.
Harvey County, which grew up telling stories on it.
They had quite the capricious youth, let's just put it that way.
Had an argument over something and he whacked him over the head. Saw one of those little toy saws, and whacked him over the head and he had stitches.
Oh, goodness. I didn't know those toy saws could do that kind of thing.
No,
That was-
They were real back then.
It was a real saw.
Yeah.
Back then, you put it on the tool belt and got after it,
Yeah.
apparently.
That's right.
No
Yeah,
plastic
it
or
wasn't
fiberglass.
plastic back then.
No, it wasn't.
Which probably explains why they are now.
Yeah. Real little hammers in them.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Although I must admit, my oldest grandson, he got a clay weed eater,
Uh-huh.
Oh.
and it's pretty authentic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you tell them to go out and actually weed eat.
No. There is no.
Yeah.
Makes the noise.
Yeah.
Try and get him to run one when he's a teenager.
Yeah.
Rather like it, though. I have one. Kind of like it.
I just like putting metal blades on there and just taking half of the forest down.
Get after it.
I didn't know they had metal.
They do on the steel ones, they do, yeah, you can
Oh.
place the spool out, put a blade on there.
Yep.
Yeah, you can go to town.
Quite dangerous.
Mhm.
No, I better not mess with that then.
Good sized little saplings down.
Yep. They can get about, yay big, a couple of passes, but yeah.
That's about as good as those chainsaws on a pole.
Yeah, those, I struggle with those. a
I
little
was just
bit.
using that this weekend.
Those are handy.
Tree.
Those are
It's
handy.
easier than getting a ladder and climbing up there and trying to saw something.
That's a guy thing. Climb a ladder.
I've seen them where they tried to cut down the tree that they got the ladder on, and I'm like. Yeah. On that note, Shiloh, I don't know how you're gonna top that, but you can try.
I'm gonna stay on the ground as long as.
Fair enough.
2 feet over there.
Shiloh Hager, Riley County Treasurer, with the May revenue numbers. So we did make the June tax distribution in the tax distribution was done in May. And so the balance in the general fund as of May 31st is $25,601,048.13, which is up just over 5 million compared to what was in the general fund at this time last year. Our total funds, you will see, is $94,148,558.35, and you can see here in our funds to be distributed is 32 million. That distribution was made on June 4th. Also included in these funds are the ARA number, or the ARP numbers that we received, and that was 7,209,348. And we are just continuing to use this disaster fund. We just put it in that fund until we decide what we are going to use those funds for. Our interest to date is $79,278.25. That is 2.3% under budget through the month of May. As Tammy mentioned earlier, our interest rate on the active checking account is 0.02%. We did get one CD bid for May of 0.07%. So I went ahead and put that money in that CD for the year. Just really hope to see things start picking up as far as interest rates go. Our general fund revenue for the month of May after transfers was $10,378,632.93, which is 3.92% over what is budgeted through the month of May. I will point out the transfer in of $56,356.54 represents the balance that was left in the motor vehicle fund as of December 31st. So I was able to go ahead and make that transfer on time this year. Where the motor vehicle fund is sitting really well, right now. Mostly due to the commissioners allowing us to move one person back over to the general fund. However, that 56,000, I just will point out to you, definitely does not make up for the amount of money that the county does subsidize them and subsidize that motor vehicle operation. So always keep that in mind, and as the treasurers move forward, trying to look how to rectify that situation, I will definitely be wanting your support on that. And the next report just shows you the various percentages. As you can see here, we we distributed 516,000 in motor vehicle taxes, 9.1 million in ad valorem taxes for this distribution period. Any questions about any of those? Okay. Sales tax. So for the month of May, we deposited 353,205.45, which was 176,602.73 into the two respective funds. That's 41.28% over what we actually budget for the month. And you can see here that is 32.22% higher than what that number was last year. We are 13.01% over budget year to date for sales tax. And I will show you here, year to date, we are up 8.35% compared to May of 2020. And just the May sales tax number compared to the May sales tax number of last year, it is up 31.01%. And over here, you can see the various entities. There was only one area that went down a little bit compared to last year, but you gotta remember last year supermarkets were the one thing that was open, so.
That's right.
And then here is your comparison between sales and use tax. So you can see here that 863,595.03 was sales tax of the total amount of sales tax generated in Riley County of 976,307.09. That number is higher than I have seen it in even years. It's higher than what we've seen typically even for a Christmas type sale, so
But that's comparing last March with this March. That seems.
But even when I looked back to see previous years, you can see here, I don't show it on this one. I've got a report back that shows even what it looks like. I've not seen a number this high in probably several years, even at Christmas time. So yeah, I'm very pleased with. Was very pleased with that.
I think it probably will through June and July. That's my thought. I don't know after that, but.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So we'll take it when we can get it, right? A few things going on in the treasurer's office right now. We just mailed out delinquent notices for second half taxes. The first notices went out last Friday. Those with personal property and intangibles, heavy trucks, if that's not paid within 14 days, they will get a second notice. We are gearing up with the counselor's office to get ready for the tax sale this month. The total number of titles and renewals that we processed in our office for through the month of May is 6,616 titles and 13,946 renewals for a total of 20,516. This is up about 18% compared to the number of renewals and titles that we processed last year. I just wanted to report that our new appointment system is working very well. Our driver's license appointments are actually booked out solid for the next, we go out 2 weeks and they're pretty much booked solid. We are, however, seeing a lot of people in our driver's license service booking an appointment and then not showing up. So we just encourage the public, if you need to cancel that appointment, just give us a call and we'd be happy to cancel it so that we could then maybe take a walk-in or two if we need to. But other than that, I feel like it's been very well received. Just a matter of getting more people used to using that as opposed to just walking in, so. Any questions or anything I can provide?
With the driver's license facility open up in Southwind there with, is that Department of Revenue and
At
AAA?
AAA?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Is that gonna take some strain off or?
I think they're only open on Thursday. I think they're only doing appointments on Thursdays.
I think I saw Tuesday and Thursday is what I
Okay,
thought, so.
maybe, I just don't know yet.
Okay.
Actually, we had somebody who was out, had an appointment there last Thursday and their system was down, so they came here. So,
I just figured with everybody procrastinating on the new federal ID
Sure.
and just everything that's going on, that
yeah, I
The 2 days a week is
I
probably
really
not gonna
don't
do it,
know, but, I just know with, us having one station and I think there's 4 at the full
Mhm.
service, we're still a pretty large community
yeah,
of people to serve, so.
makes sense. Okay, any other questions, thoughts? Okay, I guess that's it. Thank you, Shiloh.
All right, I'll see you all in about 30 minutes.
Sounds good.
Have a great day.
You too.
Did you order a lot of pizza? I didn't know. Yes, sandwich.
Find out.
I have 2 wastebaskets. I don't think you got one, do you?
Lots of pizza because she didn't RSVP.
I don't remember how that works.
I had this one and
Yep, and she took care of you with half of it.
Oh, cool, okay.
Cindy's off the good.
I guess so, yeah.
So take a motion unless the commissioners have any other business to discuss right now.
I don't at the moment.
So we move to adjourn after
After.
the county officials luncheon.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to adjourn the Monday, June 14th meeting after county officials luncheon. All those in favor?
Aye.
And we'll be back here in a little over half an hour.
Good picture, or picture yourself masks on. Really happy to let some.
But isn't that catching our best side, Sam?
No comment.
Yeah, right. Oh, I suppose.
I was making a face
Where you
like
want,
that.
standing up?
No bunny ears, guys. You might want to move that chair completely out of the way.
Oh, it feels good to stand up.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. All right, perfect.
Love that Marbles thing you got going there.
Oh, yeah.
That's a pretty nice look at it, taking a picture. And a big old camera lens.
Oh, here, computer. I need to print all this. I couldn't print anything or look at anything, so.
I came in yesterday and it was half and half. Some of it I could print, some of it wasn't showing up. And I'm like, okay, I'll fill in the gaps. I'll just have to send it to you
Yeah, I had a
separately.
few
I didn't
few
have
things that I
any.
couldn't
Yeah.
get, but I did get, I was able to print off that treasurer stuff. Some of the other
Right.
stuff didn't even show up.
No, I didn't.
We
get
can,
anything.
and just for the record, we can have as many different work sessions, budget work sessions as we can within that time frame. But, you know,
So are
I figured
those-
since we just got it on Friday, it was gonna be a little too early to make any recommendations just yet, so we
It'd
think.
probably be good, just, and that's open to the public, or we're gonna do them.
No, now when we get to the actual, actually, kind of like with the RCPD, once we get through a certain process, then it will be open.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but it's open, it's
Well, it's
open.
open anyway.
Well, yeah.
Anybody can come in or anybody can watch in the live stream at this point in time, but we will have to have specific budget hearings when we pare things down or
Yeah.
get
To
to,
the final numbers.
yeah, get to where we want to, or majority of us will want to be or whatever. Morning, Mike, how are you? Did Lori tell you I stopped out your way on Friday?
Well, I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah, man, the city's full of ink out there.
Yeah, lots.
She was trying to find out 5 gallons. I'm like, I don't think I'll use 5 gallons in a lifetime at this point in time. But,
Do you know if anybody sets this room up, or I kind of got something, I got a half an hour here on my hands.
I don't know if they're coming in here to put tables in or not. I would assume we only probably need maybe just the front row.
Well, we usually have the one big table.
Yeah, they're in the.
They're not just out here, the tables, the use is out here.
Yeah, yeah.
Where, yeah. I don't even know how to usually do it.
Rectangle.
Okay. So move these chairs out of the way.
Yeah, I mean, actually, you want to start bringing the white chairs over to that side, I'll start bringing tables down the middle here.
Okay. Now I can do that.
Yeah, actually.
Oh, they're gonna be wider than that.
Wider?
Yeah.
Okay. I take plenty of room.
That's perfect, yeah.
Set up. How's your day going?
Oh, not too bad. Short week for me, so.
Oh, me too. I'm going on vacation.
Are you? I'm just doing a little golf Thursday and Friday.
Well, that's vacation.
Well, Thursday, me and a couple buddies are heading up to Topeka. We're gonna play Fire Keeper, the casino course up there.
Oh, is that a good course?
I played it once for the first time last year. And it is amazing.
Really?
Oh, it really is. I mean, it's a whole different type of grass and
Really?
everything you're used to. I mean, if you ever watch golf, you can see people take those hair pieces out of fairways, you know, that's what you do up there.
Wow.
That's just how that that's just how you cut through that grass. It's amazing to watch fly.
That's awesome.
It was just one of those things where, take it off Friday. I really don't want to come back into work Friday, so. The Friday cold.
We got a mow schedule out there where we send everybody out in the field and it's easier just to get the job done. And so we work 10-hour shifts. And so Monday or Fridays or, we're off.
Okay.
Pending weather, if we have weather, we'll take that day off and then work Friday. Most of the time, we're off on Friday. So that's pretty nice.
I've always wanted a job that was 410.
Yeah, most do, and it is good.
It's good. Yeah, there's a lot of benefit to it.
Well, the great thing about it is if one of my guys say wants Tuesday off, I get Tuesday off, and then works Friday. I still get 40 hours of work out of him a week, and he got his day off, and doesn't have to use a day off.
Yeah,
So
that's, no, absolutely.
yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah, I mean, what else you gonna do, all set all weeks up, wait to come back to work?
Yeah.
Might as well get out
Okay, so it looks like we're live again. Is that right, Kevin?
Yes.
Okay, well, I missed to keep everybody on time because I know it's Monday afternoon and we've got lots and lots of stuff to do here. I'll let everybody kind of grab a pizza here and get settled in, and we'll get moving along here. This is, I guess, the second of where we're going to have 3 of these county official luncheons. Of course, we had one in February, and then we'll have another one at least in October, and then I'll let the incoming chair decide how they want to handle that from here on out. But I know one of the things in our discussion last year was obviously what our priorities are for facilities and a couple other related things. So that's pretty much going to be the topic for these this year, and we'll move on from there accordingly. So today we're going to talk a little bit about public health facilities and EMS. So we'll go ahead and we'll start with probably Robin first, and then we'll move to Julie and then David, and give everybody about 10 minutes apiece there, and give the back half of the hour for any discussion, thoughts, observations, et cetera, et cetera. So
I do have a PowerPoint. I need to stick it in someplace and.
I was wondering if she'd have a thumb drive.
No, to the right, farther outside.
This.
Down here. No, there you go.
Okay.
You're running just a little behind. That's fine. She texted me a little bit ago. If we need to flip flop both of you, we can do that too. It'll work.
Okay, so.
My gosh, that'll come in handy after all.
Okay.
Cut the lights a little, huh?
Look at the there and there.
Closest to this way, Greg. Yep.
Okay, this is strange because it's not pulling up. Well, I sent it to it just 15 minutes ago.
Guess who just walked?
Right behind you there.
So what I'm trying to do, I'm trying to pull up, just put in my, yeah, but it's only showing 4 things.
Rough day for technology, hasn't it?
Let's just have it re-registered. Go ahead and do that. And try to get that.
Good, how are you?
Let's go over to-
Oh, that's right, yeah. This side.
Don't say her. She owes me so much. That's, haven't received the thing, nothing at the root of E there.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yes, thank you.
I'm not afraid of it.
Which part?
Hi, Robin.
We're talking about moving mouth probation.
Yeah.
Obviously.
What happens when your
Okay.
reputation precedes you?
Now, I didn't just use up 4 of my minutes, did I?
Yeah.
Or did I? I'll move real fast.
Okay.
I'll move real fast.
I just want to make sure we have time to discuss and give everybody an opportunity to talk about their ends as well. So.
And let me just say, first of all, thank you for giving me this opportunity to be here. I realize that probably not everybody thinks of Pawnee Mental Health as being maybe a department of county government, and of course we are not a direct department of county government as we're a private not-for-profit. So I felt it was important for me to start this very first conversation, and I do recognize this as a very first conversation where I'm going to introduce more questions than I am going to actually provide information or provide answers. But I felt like it was really important to start with establishing why I even have a place at this table, or why I even have standing to bring up this whole conversation before you today. Pawnee, of course, is a private, not-for-profit licensed community mental health center. We were founded on November 19th of 1956 as the Riley County Mental Health Center. And so we will be celebrating 65 years in Riley County this year. Our mission is to provide comprehensive quality mental health and substance abuse treatment and recovery services to strengthen the wellness of our communities. By statute, community mental health centers are charged with providing the community-based public mental health safety net. Community mental health is a function of county government, even though not all community mental health centers are departments of county government. And community mental health centers are appointed in all 105 counties as the mental health authority. What that means is we're the gatekeepers for admissions to state mental health hospitals. We also carry out similar functions for nursing facilities for mental health. That's for adults who have mental illnesses, psychiatric residential treatment facilities, which are for children and youth with mental illnesses, and then any Medicaid-funded hospital psychiatric services. Of course, we provide services 24/7, 365, whether a person is our client or not, and whether they have the ability to pay or not. We're also the exclusive provider of community services to adults who have severe and persistent mental illnesses and children who have serious emotional disturbances. So today's story is about the fact that Pawnee is in 4 locations in Manhattan. Did you know that? 4 locations in Manhattan. And that is not by design, it's by necessity. And so our main office was opened in 1983. That office is owned by Riley County. That's building number 1, and it is home to our medical and our therapy and recovery services. Second building, we lease this facility. In this building, we have our administration, our IT services, our billing and accounting staff. Our third building, this is actually the only building that Pawnee owns out of the 4 buildings in Manhattan. This is the home to our CSU and to our adult and youth rehabilitation services. Fourth building in Manhattan is also on Hayes Drive. We were fortunate that space right across the parking lot opened up around the 1st of this year. It has become overflow for adult and youth rehabilitation services. COVID pandemic really necessitated this. We were so packed in that building. There was just no way we could provide services, especially during the height of the pandemic. Besides, when we moved the CSU into that building, we really scrunched all of our staff together as it was. So I want to talk for a minute about the partnership between Riley County and Pawnee. And I think I really do have to go back and give you some history of how Pawnee and Riley County have been partners since 1982. So in February of '82, the Pawnee board started talking about needing new space to replace 3 locations. Do you see a theme here? It's kind of funny as I looked back on some of the old minutes. A proposed lease between Pawnee and Riley County was forwarded to Riley County Council Dan Myers. I don't know Dan, that was a long time ago, and maybe some of you do know who he is. In '82, Riley County retained Ron Reed as a project architect for a new building for Pawnee Mental Health. And then in '83, the Pawnee Endowment pledged $75,000 in certificates of deposit and $25,000 as security for IRBs. And then in January of '83, Marjorie Morse, chairman of the Riley County Commission, signed a lease agreement between Pawnee and Riley County. The construction contract was signed, we broke ground. We entered into a contract with Citizen Bank and Trust as fiscal agents to guarantee payment of the principal and interest on the IRB series 1983A. And then in October of '83, we held an open house. I can't believe it happened that fast. I think there had to have been a lot of behind the scenes conversations going on that weren't contained in minutes of meetings. I just was astounded as I looked at that history. We then entered into a 10-year and 3-month lease with Riley County. It gave us the option to renew the lease 3 times for a term of 10 years each. We paid $100,000 upfront to get this project going. And then the lease required that we retire the bond indebtedness over that first 10 years. So essentially, Pawnee paid for the building. But the building became the property of Riley County. We then paid $1 for each subsequent 10-year renewal period. Then on June 22nd of 2017, we signed another 10-year release, which expires June 30th, 2027. That was also $1 for the 10-year renewal. So why? Why would Riley County originally enter into such an agreement with a private not-for-profit agency? This language is pulled directly out of the first lease, and this language also survived to the lease signed in 2017. And it just speaks to the fact that Pawnee provides ongoing and continuing benefit to the citizens of Riley County, and that is deemed to be adequate consideration for the initial lease term plus any successive option periods. So, why am I talking to you today? What is my vision? What do I hope might happen? It is just that this partnership would continue between Pawnee and Riley County. That we would be able, once again, to consolidate our 4 buildings into one. That we would have adequate space, increased efficiency, increased community visibility, long-term occupancy cost savings, ability to recruit and retain professional staff, but hold on, because that is not all. There's a new way, there's another way. And this other way is part of why Julie and I are here talking to you today. Because the vision that we have, and it's shared between Pawnee and Julie as the director of the Riley County Health Department, is that we would do something similar to what Lawrence and Douglas County has going on with their community mental health center. This is just a screenshot from Google Maps. It's a picture of a building that the Lawrence Douglas County Public Health Department and that Burt Nash, the Community Mental Health Center in Lawrence, share with each other. And just let that soak in. They share a building with each other. This is a picture that, and I'm sorry I don't have a picture of the entire building, I do, but in parts. This is basically the health department side of the building. This is the mental health center side of the building. And then that centerpiece is shared space that the health department and that Burt Nash, the Community Mental Health Center, use together. There are significant cost savings in approaching public health and mental health. There's a shared entrances, I should say, shared elevators, shared restrooms, shared large conference or community rooms, shared parking lots, shared green space, and more importantly than anything is that it allows for improved coordination of care, improved access to mental health services for public health patients, and improved access to public health for mental health patients. Oops. Back to double click once too many times. And so, because I've used my 10 minutes, I would just want to conclude this very brief introduction to the idea with the statement that if there was ever a time to position Riley County to meet the mental and public health needs of its citizens into the future, ... I'd like to suggest that that time's now. Okay, thank you.
I'm gonna let you, Julie, follow up on the public health side of this.
Mine is not as long. I just have a few slides, but I do want to say that in the short conversations that we've had and in the time that we spent at Douglas County, it is very exciting to think of of these services coming together. And we've always, and I have talked about EMS, of course, being in the under that same roof, and I think there's a lot of benefits to all of that. So I asked my supervisors, since most of them have been here longer than I have, to put together a list of needs that in doing all of this, we could hopefully update our buildings as well. So a list of needs from the health department and from the FCRC building. The health department is not, I couldn't find a date that it was built, but I know the FCRC building was built in 60. But I couldn't find a date for the health department. I know it's newer, so there's not near as many problems with the health department as there is with the FCRC building. But these are some of the things that Erin came up with, and you can see her main concerns are for the clinic. When it was built, some things that maybe weren't considered that we need to go back and reconsider now, especially with COVID. Right now, our biggest issue is sometimes the AC doesn't work properly in the clinic, and there's at one point it was about 90 degrees in the clinic, so not very great for our patients, but we got that fixed. And overall, there's very little storage in both buildings, and that's always been an issue. And I think that's an issue that David has as well. FCRC building, there's a lot more problems. It was designed as a nursing home, so you can see the layout is for a nursing home. Lots of flooding, almost every room. It smells really bad, especially on hot, humid days. There's new carpets needed in probably some of the areas, and definitely more new ceiling tiles are needed just because the ones that have been damaged. There is a ghost. They named him Henry, so that's another issue.
How'd you come up with Henry?
I have no idea.
Oh,
that was
okay.
before my time. But they swear there's a ghost in the FCRC building. I get to see that, but you can see the list is long for needs for the FCRC building. It's definitely seen better days. So I've asked, Jan took some of these pictures. There is some mold that she's taken pictures of. That is a storage closet down there where they ripped something out, and there's lots of areas that look like that where it looks like it's just been left as is. These are some of the pictures of the ceiling tiles. So she just went in and took some pictures of different rooms. We do have some problems with the doors. Again, a lot of this can be fixed. We definitely need a new roof because of the flooding. That bottom picture there with the water, that was taken in 2018 when it flooded really bad. So I just asked for some pictures and some evidence that, yeah, it's kind of fallen apart. It needs updated severely. Benefits from bringing all three services together. Referrals would be much more easier and more effective having mental health services there. This is something we talked about when we were at Douglas County. We asked them, how is that warm handoff? And it would be a lot more beneficial and more effective than us just saying, to our clients, please call Pawnee, here's their number. They're less likely to make that appointment than they would if we were just to walk them over there. Communication and collaboration. I know just from having David down the hall for me, communication has definitely been enhanced. It's not always fun having him down the hall for me.
I was going to say. I was waiting for that too.
Words never been spoken.
But we definitely collaborate more and get ideas off each other. And so it's been definitely enhanced communication. Robin already mentioned the shared cost of repairs. We're always calling Public Works. And so I apologize to John for that, but we're always calling them for repairs. Also shared training resources and shared equipment, especially, I'm thinking equipment between EMS and us, and shared training as far as CPR and first aid, things like that. And more health services under one roof, hopefully a new one like that. So that's all I had to share with you all.
Robin, could you first see sharing like personnel, like reception area, like see that from the
I don't know, with the way Bert Nash is set up, it really is just that common area that is shared with, the main entry, the elevators, the bathrooms. And then the health department has its own doors where its patients go in. And then the mental health department has its own doors with its own reception area. And that's probably, I don't know, unless things change into the future, that might be necessary to maintain that just because of confidentiality issues, particularly on the mental health side and on the substance abuse treatment side. I'm not sure what that would look like for the main health department though, but.
Yeah, we could possibly share one with, for EMS, administrative extent. So that's a possibility there. But yeah, the one thing about when we visited Douglas County, the nice thing about when they walk in the doors, there's no stigma. You know, if they're visiting mental health services, you know, you just walk in the doors, you don't have any idea what they're there for. So that's one thing that we discussed on the way up, that that's kind of nice to have that. Maybe people would be more likely to seek mental health services if they knew that. So.
About how many square feet do they have in Douglas County or that you project that you need just for your two agencies?
I'm not sure what Douglas County has. Pawnee and Manhattan has over 45,000 square feet between the 4 buildings. And so we would, and I don't know if it was configured so that it was set up really for what our needs were. We may not need as much space, and that's, I suppose that is a discussion and an exercise yet, you know, that we would need to engage in the future. But if you think about it, because we have 4 buildings, we also have, now at one of the buildings, we don't have reception staff, but at 3 of the buildings, we have to have different reception staff. And so I think that there are some staffing adjustments that could be made if there was just one main entry point for Pawnee instead of 3 or 4 entry points for Pawnee.
And the how would you put ambulance service?
Let David get a chance to talk
Oh,
about
okay.
that,
He's
yeah.
got one too.
All right. Getting ahead of myself.
I'll let you know, Julie, that I meet you at work pretty much every day, and you just lost your apartment spot.
Starting to wonder if this is gonna be a good idea. I don't know if you guys are gonna get along or not. Maybe we gotta think about something else here.
I think you two need some counseling.
All right, good morning. David Adams. You know, we've talked multiple times. What I've just brought this forth again is just some understanding of where we're at. So the EMS current headquarters facility was built in the late 70s. We occupied it in late 1980, 1981. When that started, when that building was built, the original staffing was part-time personnel who worked short or swing shifts. The department at that time was a basic life support capability, so EMTs. So the capabilities that were limited was meant they had limited equipment, really had no public outreach to speak of. We're now advanced life support, so our capabilities have changed quite a bit as a department. When this facility was built, we averaged about 1,500 calls a year. We're over 4,500 calls a year now. Back in the 80s, there were 2 to 3 people per shift stationed out of that building. Today, we're at 6 people. And then if I get the administrative assistant position in the new facility, we would be at 7. We would have that administrative assistant position would be based out of the FCRC in one of our training rooms. When the building was built, it accommodated 2 to 3 ambulances and 1 director vehicle. Currently, we have 3 ambulances and 4 administrative vehicles. And those are, and you'll see a picture of bigger ambulances than what they had back then. So this is the current facility, 2011 Claflin. It has remained unchanged since I've been here in 1991, other than one small enhancement. I'll show it to you here. It's not really an enhancement. So in 1996, the county contracted with Babco and Associates to develop schematic plans to update the facility. So they realized in 96 that this facility needed to be changed, needed to be updated. It was 2 phases. Phase 1, which included rerouting of traffic and enhanced parking, which was completed at that time. Phase 2 was an expansion of the facilities, and that was never funded. One theory was that the cost effectiveness to do so to an all concrete building that's kind of where it died. So we've been dealing with this for 25 years. RCMS currently, the building has 1 office, which is the way it was constructed back then. That prior to COVID was my office. But with COVID and with the need to separate people out because we had men and women sleeping in the same bedroom, dorm style, we moved the shift supervisor into there. So that is now their office and their bedroom. So lot of difficulty with that. You know, I walked in the other day and, if you want to talk to the supervisor, you have to sit on their bed. So that is how our staff talk to their supervisor, because that's the only place that they can go where they can have a little bit of privacy. Currently, there's just some pictures of our building, our ambulances, and this has been this way for, gosh, mid-90s. You know, there's no room. We have about 18 inches of space between the front and the back of the trucks and the walls. So it's very difficult to walk through. Obviously, we can't pull out the cots, can't do anything in the back of the trucks because there's no place. I will point out that these cabinets here, these wood cabinets, are storage. The staff built those in the mid-90s. We went and got the lumber and we built cabinets, and that's what we use for storage for equipment other than these two storage rooms. So these are supplies. This is our medical supplies, and this is all our extra. We have linen, extra cardiac monitors and bags. This equipment we use a lot we use it at every home football game. We use them at every home track meet, whether it's indoor or outdoor. We use it at basketball games, things like that. And this right here is a locked, and it meets federal requirements, but that's a locked refrigerator for narcotics. This cabinet right here is another locked cabinet for narcotics. So we meet all the federal requirements, but really is not ideal. So Marson is currently, our leadership team is located in two buildings that are separate from EMS. The assistant director and the quality control are in the SCRC in the basement, and Julie's already touched on some of the difficulty there. I'm located in the health department. So we have a spare ambulance, trailers, UTVs that are stored outside or in multiple off-site locations. So the trailer is outside. We keep one UTV at the headquarters station. We keep one at Station 4, Manhattan Fire Station 4, out by the airport. But when football season is here, those UTVs, we have an overhang beside our building. Those UTVs are out in that overhang. So we pull all the equipment off and, you know, try to do our best because of weather, but they're stored outside. And said extra equipment, we have the FCRC, some in the trailers at the county shops. Manhattan Fire has one of our UTVs. They also are housing some of our excess PPE from COVID because we don't have any place to put it. So thank you to them. Currently, as you can see, as we've talked before, the bay's not big enough to store the ambulances or equipment, the cabinets, but inside the building, we have no meeting rooms. We have 2 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, 1.5 bath, a small kitchen, a day room where they eat and they can watch TV, and then an office and a little line where they do their run reports. But there's no meeting rooms, there's no training rooms. There's no space for our staff. And then really we don't have a cost-effective, viable option to expand where we're at. So, you know, it's a need to put all the administrative staff into one building. So we do a lot of walking back and forth between buildings to talk, a lot of phone calls. It's just not the same. You know, if you can imagine having to talk, you know, whether it's Rich or Greg or Julie, having to talk to your assistants and they're not in the same building with you. This is all things that I've already discussed. But meeting rooms and large classrooms, a dedicated training room. What I mean by that is our staff go in and they do training on their own. They have assigned training and a place where they can do that. Currently, right now, they go into Alex's office and do that, and he's got to be in his office and has to be available for them to come in and do that because there's just no space. Some other considerations as we're talking about an EMS facility, things that we've talked about. Raleigh County has no dedicated emergency operations center, which is just unheard of. You know, currently, and Manhattan Fire Department has somewhat transformed their large assembly room into a quasi EOC it lacks quite a bit of things, but it's getting us by. We've also talked a little bit about a backup dispatch center. That's something that Russell has really talked to you about as well. Is do we have an adequate backup dispatch center? And then emergency management, they need some offices and storage as well. So 4 to 6 offices, 1 to 2 large storage, that would be something that could be integrated into the EMS facility pretty easy. So other considerations, centrally located facility is ideal. Difficulty that I think everybody knows is land right around here is very difficult for us to come up with. And the ability to allow for future expansion of RCMS. Maybe it does include a building which the health department is part of. And then I was asked the other day about cost, and really we don't know. But a similar facility was constructed in Ellis County about 4 years ago at a cost of right about $4 million. So, questions?
Well, that, you say, pardon me, similar facility, is that for EMS and emergency management?
It was. What was a little different, the way they did it was the administrative offices were in the basement. That's where they put their EOC and training room. Think of it as it's an L-shaped Morton building. The long side with base was EMS. The short side with base was for their county fire. So for this facility, we wouldn't necessarily need the base for the county fire department, but we would need at least some office spaces.
And if you're in the city limits of Manhattan, a Morton building's not gonna cut it.
Right. So I'm trying to find something, I can't compare it to like Lawrence because that's Lawrence Douglas County. So it's a fire EMS combined. So really having a hard time finding one where we can compare apples to apples. But, all right, thank you.
So now if you have specific David questions, or maybe he answered them in your presentation, that would be a good time to float those out there. I'll go ahead, now that we've gone through all 3 of those presentations, and thank you everybody for that. And go ahead and open it up for any discussions or questions at this point in time. I think as we've generated this conversation along the way, I think we have come to the conclusion that obviously ambulance and EMS is the number 1 priority by far, but some great opportunities with monies that we didn't expect to receive and probably will never receive again. So there's potential opportunity there. And I tend to agree with Robin's statement that the window of opportunity to potentially accomplish something in this manner is now.
Now the combining Pawnee Mental Health, which is a nonprofit entity, with county offices, how would that work together?
I think that's what we would have to figure out.
Okay.
Certainly in the 80s, the county provided the mechanism for Pawnee to get a building in Riley County that was not connected to any other departments of county government. But I'm just imagining that if Riley County was able to do that in the 80s, then there probably are still mechanisms for doing it now 40 years later. And I think we would just need to explore that, probably with county council. I don't know what those.
In the 80s, the county was just the financing mechanism. They didn't provide any funding. So how was the Douglas County one funded?
Douglas.
I mean, because that's the real difficulty, because even with the current situation, county ad valorem taxes did not pay for any of it. We were just the financial means to get it accomplished, and you agreed to and paid for everything. And then does Douglas County also serve multiple counties like Pawnee? How many counties does Pawnee serve?
Pawnee serves 10 counties, but Riley County funding only goes towards Riley County. And so, that it would just be within Riley County. And I smile when we talk about Douglas County, because Douglas County they are not a department of county government, but they receive a lot more funding than most mental health centers in the state of Kansas, probably other than Johnson County. Johnson and Douglas County are towards the top in terms of how much county funding support they get. Johnson County is a department of county government. Douglas County is not, but they do have a lot of the perks that come with being a department of county government. The other difference with Douglas County mental health and the health department are that it's a city-county partnership. So they have city money as well that helps support mental health as well as the health department. Burt Nash, for example, the employees there are part of the county government's health insurance program. And so Burt Nash doesn't have to, they're able to take advantage of that, the number of folks with Douglas County. I think these are all really good questions, and I think that my hope would be that we would walk away with this conversation wanting to know more information, and then maybe having some of those conversations that are more in depth with Douglas County commissioners, just to see how they have approached this.
It would be the funding component, but as now exists, we own the property and Pawnee Mental Health leases it from us.
Yeah.
So that same lease principle can apply to a new structure.
Yeah, that's not the problem, but do they have the money to fund
It's
this
the funding
portion of it?
portion,
That's the question.
Well, I think Pawnee probably didn't have the money to fund it in 1982, which is why it worked through the county to acquire the funding. And because at that point, to just have the money up front to be able to pay for it wasn't possible. But that 10-year agreement with the county to pay for the property that way was possible.
And that's what the question was. Do you have the monies annually over 10 to 20 or 40 years to make that payment? Because while the county was the funding mechanism, we just got the GO bonds for it. You guys paid for it in whole. So do you have that revenue source to do that?
We don't today. We don't generate enough. We don't generate profits to be able to pay for a new building. I think we're going to have to think very creatively about how do we meet the needs of Riley County, given what the funding and financing realities of Pawnee mental health are.
Just my personal thought, thinking about what may or may happen in the future is these type of facilities, community mental health facilities, are going to probably have to be incorporated into the public health structure in order for them to basically survive. So it's either incorporating them or designing something new within the public health structure to cover it. Because you're not the only one suffering the same fate at this point in time. So I don't know what that'll look like 5, 10, 15, 20 years down the road, but that's something that's places are going to have to take a hard look at for certain.
Isn't the Kansas structure looking towards modeling after the federal structure, which does broaden that connection between behavioral health and mental health?
Yes. So the federal government passed something called Certified Community Behavioral Health Center criteria. And it's similar to, for example, Kanza Health Center in Junction City and in Riley County is something called a federally qualified health center. Well, the federal government recently passed, actually it's been several years ago now, passed criteria for mental health centers. So health centers can now be certified as community behavioral health centers. And then this spring, the Kansas legislature passed certification criteria for Kansas so that Kansas community mental health centers could start moving towards becoming these federally certified behavioral health centers. Part of why that is an important piece of the conversation is that as a CCBHC, integration of physical health care and mental health care is really front and center of this initiative. And it's about mental health centers being in a position where they can more aggressively help manage cases of people with mental illnesses by ensuring that they have access to the physical health care that they need. So that will be a big piece of this as we move forward, which I think increases just the importance and the value of being in such close proximity to the health department. It also, the other thing that being federally qualified does is that mental health centers under this model can be paid based on what their costs are rather than based on the fees that were established 15 years ago for Medicaid. And so being funded on a fee basis or on a cost basis rather than on an arbitrarily determined fee for service could also improve the financial viability, of mental health centers into the future. So thank you for asking.
But you mentioned that we have the funding, I said that ARP money. Are we allowed, I don't know what all the rules are on that. Were we allowed to build needed facilities through that money?
I believe that's correct, isn't it?
Or a portion of it. We know the revenue loss portion we can, which is about 3.6 million. Then we have some left over the CARES money, but then we'll get a second round of that 7 million and we'll have to do a new calculation for potential revenue loss, but we can't do that until next year. So yeah, there will be some monies there, but you're going to be limited in monies. There's not 14 million.
Right.
Right. That's what I want to tell you. I assume I've tried to plow through all those rules and haven't figured them out yet.
I kind of just guessed there probably somewhere around 6 to 7, maybe total.
Total between the 2 years.
Am I close to that?
I really don't think so. Robin said 45,000 square foot just for her.
Well, I'm just talking about available money used, not maybe the price.
Yeah. There probably be, I would imagine 6 for sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's not going to get you.
No, not going to do everything.
45,000 square feet plus a health department plus an ambulance EOC. And that's going to be the dilemma is what can you afford to do?
Right.
Well, and certainly as a private not-for-profit that also is the county designated mental health authority. Over the years, one of the things I've recognized is that to get a new space for Pawnee is probably going to require dollars coming in from multiple sources. It may be dollars coming in from Pawnee Mental Health. It may be dollars coming in from, maybe a capital campaign where we would approach private donors or foundations that are supportive of mental health initiatives in the county. I think, again, given the history of the relationship between Riley County and Pawnee, just the fact that Pawnee invested so much cash up front, basically that we paid for the building that the county now owns, that there might be some considerations there for how for working with Pawnee to see new space in the future. The space has done really well for us for 40 years. But what we needed 40 years ago and what we need today is different. As with EMS, I was the social worker at Wharton Manor Nursing Home in 1983. I don't know about Henry. I don't remember Henry. But I worked at Wharton Manor for 2.5 years and walked out the door every day looking at EMS across the way and thinking I can remember as a brand new baby graduate from K-State thinking, and they have one sleeping area for the guys and the girls? Back 40 years ago, I thought that was the strangest thing I ever heard of. And so it's just, No doubt, there are huge and significant space needs for all three of the organizations that we are responsible for.
Yeah, wasn't the 45,000, wasn't that the center that was all of the facilities put together? It wasn't just mental health?
The 45,000 is the space we have here in Riley
Oh, okay.
County, in all four of our buildings, but it's
All right.
poorly designed
Yeah.
space. And so once somebody who has some architectural smarts took a look at our poorly designed space and came up with a vision of, you know, what would meet the needs, you know, I don't know where that number would land. And of course, I don't know what Julie needs in terms of space or.
You weren't gonna use, you were still gonna use the stabilization location.
Yes.
So you could deduct that out of the
Yeah,
45,000.
that's right, that's a good point. The CSU will stay where it is. And in fact, what we're seeing is that there's evidence that we probably need to be bigger. And so I would imagine that the CSU would take over that full building at Hayes Drive at the point that we could vacate the other half of the CSU. So yes, thank you for pointing that out.
So I guess from my perspective, how do we start to approach all of this, or parts of this, or we have some money set aside to do some study work.
You gotta hire someone to do a site study for one, if you know where you want to put it, plus a space need study, and they'd have to interview all the departments, you know. I can just tell you from what I've seen, what I've known for years, you know, our EMS ambulance situation and no EOC for a county our size is atrocious.
Yeah,
It's shameful.
oh yeah, I
It's
absolutely
shameful.
agree.
If nothing else gets accomplished, that should.
Yeah, that's, to me, that was I mean, they're all, everything's priority, but the ambulance and emergency management needs a facility.
Yeah. Regardless of what happens with working from home and virtual means, I don't see a scenario where you're gonna beam me up Scotty or something for ambulance at this point in time. You're gonna need physical space to accomplish that physical need. And the same probably goes for public health, particularly on the clinical side, and mental health. Teleservices may broaden and expand, but that space needs for those probably aren't going to disappear. So that's,
you know, where they're storing their narcotics.
I think you run into HIPAA violations down the road with having meeting space that's basically out in the open. They're not secured, right?
We don't because of that.
So
Yeah, absolutely.
So
We don't.
that becomes problematic from a legal perspective at some particular point in time as well. Has to be part of that. Has to be part of that discussion.
In our main station where they write the reports, we were very careful about HIPAA there because there could be crews coming in to get supplies, whatever, and they can't. If somebody's writing a report and another crew comes in, then by HIPAA they should close their screen until those people leave, because them walking by and seeing that computer screen technically is a HIPAA violation. So
the answer to your question is we really need, and I know John and David have started on this, and they're gonna go to a conference on this, but we need to get someone hired to start doing this analysis of space needs and then say, okay, here's the site we have, what can you configure to work here? And will it work?
And then you have to correlate that to finding the space that you can do that in, which is more likely to be like in the combination.
Well, we've got a space. We were talking about the existing space.
Oh, the existing space.
That's already there.
That's so they'd have to be able to do the space needs and they might come to you and say, you don't have enough space. But when you're talking all three, you know. So, but the thing is, if you're starting from new, you can build up.
Yeah.
You know, so you build it right.
If you're talking about at the current EMS location, you know, then what do we do with the people that are there in the meantime? You know, I think there's ways to work around it. Those are things I have to take into consideration. You know,
I think just by topography at the health department location there, you've got almost a half a floor, an extra floor kind of built in the topography there that you could start from and work your way up to ground level and above too. So I would think
No, just go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I don't know if that gets us extra space in the equation or not, but I just driving by it. I mean, I know we spent quite a bit of money on redoing kind of the landscape and the drainage stuff in there, but to me, it's all usable space at this particular point in time, and however we can accommodate it.
So maybe if I can put one of our local professionals on the spot and ask him, what does a square foot cost for that type of building cost?
It's going up literally every day.
Yeah.
And I don't see a cost going down, that's the problem.
Yeah.
But this is not a short term.
What's a ballpark of price for that type of square footage building brand new?
If you're talking, medical office space like that, you're pushing a couple $100 a square foot per fast.
And the EMS wouldn't necessarily have to be with the other two.
Correct, no.
Just on location.
Yeah, maybe, yeah, but it wouldn't necessarily have to be one huge
Right.
building for all of it.
But so just so you know, just 30,000 square feet at $200 is $6 million.
Yeah.
And the other thing we have to keep in mind with these federal funds, we have a limited timeline to get this done. Because there's only a limited time that we can have access to that federal funding. So time is of the essence on that.
And we
To
have
capitalize on that.
How long is it?
to the end of 2024, 2023, and some instances 24.
Years.
I think you have to have it allocated too. So it isn't just planned.
Right.
It has to actually.
Has to be in the contract.
Yeah.
But yeah, that'd be the first step, doing the space needs study analysis and then the site analysis of the current site to determine if you have to go looking for more land, like Craig was saying.
An engineering study on ASAP.
Yeah. So it was like me, that's where we need to be going and pretty quick like.
I think that's what John and David are working on already. Is that correct, John?
Yeah, John's working on the,
I was just working on an EMS facility, the other chief. Until Friday, I wasn't sure.
Mhm.
So that's the discussion the commission, needs to make a
Well, I
determination on.
don't think an EMS building is gonna probably work together with, I think it can be on the same property, but it needs to be standalone. So we're probably talking about 2 RFQs in that particular entity anyway.
If we're looking at the same property, Pawnee Mental Health, EMS, FCRC, and Health Department, probably maybe want to do a study on the property to see how it all will lay out.
Oh, I agree.
Yeah.
That's
I can imagine that those 3 buildings being in one area,
Yeah.
which may encompass a couple of the others where the EMS would be on its own, so it may flip sides, or the space is gonna determine where the building goes. It'd be a shame to start something with EMS, tear down their building and build a new one, brand new building right there, and then run out of space for the Pawnee Health Department, SCRs building. Because that's right in the middle of fall.
Well, maybe we could look at it a couple different.
So I
Option A
guess
and
my
option
thought
B,
is the study will have to encompass all of that
Got options.
and it may disrupt one to get that going.
Well, there's definitely gonna be disruption. That's
Gonna be
part of it.
Yeah.
some challenges in that, how that's approached, unless we take the EMS off the side. Which opens up space in that site for the other.
So is that how you want John to proceed, is an RFQ on the combination between those two and an EOC and dispatch, and is one RFQ and then an RFQ for Health Department Pawnee put together with costs?
That seems to be, I don't know, from
Is
my
that what you
perspective.
need, John?
Kind of say that again, to see if that's what I need.
What you're currently working on with those two guys, with an EOC and dispatch, and then just add another one with Health Department Pawnee combined and associated costs and site location.
Don't we need a space study?
Oh, you're gonna have to do a space.
Yeah, it's
all
gonna have,
part of
it's
it.
gonna be all part of it.
It's
Yeah.
all together.
But then John's saying we need them both combined. Because if we're trying to use that same site, you know, if one of them says, yeah, we're gonna do this, and the other one says, yeah, we're gonna do this, and they're both using the same spot, it doesn't work.
I think you almost have to do them together.
Yeah.
Just a site plan, which may include some space needs to know how big a building, the health.
Oh, you're gonna have to have space needs for everything.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to have square footage space needs for all of them. Or else you'll never be able to identify your site plan.
Yeah.
And that's assuming we're gonna go with that same piece of properties that we have.
Correct.
That's the only direction we have at this time.
It's the only place we have to go at this point in time. Fundamentally, I mean, 44% of the property in Riley County is already owned by a public entity. It's tough to come by. So the best we can do to try to make that work is probably going to be in our best interest at this point in time.
And I think you'd need the costs separated out by your original plan you were working on, then a separated cost for health department, and then a separate cost for Pawnee on square footage needs and cost.
Yeah, I mean, I think, yeah, like I said, the study needs to look at all of them, but we're not gonna do all of them at once.
Right.
And you may have to pick and choose what you can and can't do.
Right.
You will have to pick and choose, I can guarantee it.
Yeah.
Right.
But this is why we had this conversation to start with, so we have some direction instead of just spinning our tires like we've been seemingly doing. So at least we get some
10
direction.
years or whatever.
Right. And part of that's been where to go.
Right.
Then look at this particular spot as being possibly an option. And I don't want to say that it is or isn't, but we've got to figure out some path forward by at least moving forward. So if that's the direction that we need to go with it, then I think that's what we need to do.
Are you clear?
Does the hunting location, that would be a part of the whole?
No.
That's
Yeah.
too far away.
Right.
We don't
So
own
we're just
property.
talking about the space
Yeah,
where the
space.
health department, the FCRC building is, and then everything moving over to that general location.
And I
If
think,
possible.
that's part of the study too, and part of the question will be to Robin, your current facility, could you use it for anything, and thinking long term?
I think we would probably want to gut it. In 1983, it was set up perfectly for what a community mental health center needed to look like. But 40 years later, it's just not, the rooms aren't big enough, the hallways aren't big enough, there's not big enough meeting spaces. It's not, we can't close off the waiting room from the hallways so people can just walk wherever they want to walk. And so there are those safety issues that are involved. It would need to be a redesign of the interior of that building if we were going to use that building. But it does raise an interesting question, whether it's maybe that space could be used for something, depending on what a space study would look like.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Could it used to be something that you're currently renting facilities for?
Well, and whether it was that Pawnee was using it, or that the health department was using it, or that EMS was using it, because it's.
Well, I think for the county standpoint, we've determined we want to, correct me if I'm wrong, we want to consolidate all of our health department and ambulance and EOC. We don't want to have, if we're going to take this opportunity to use new monies, we're going to build it right.
Yes.
And we're going to have the county department stuff in one location. So I don't see us separating them out.
So then I think that is wise, and I feel the same way about Pawnee Mental Health. With the exception of the CSU, I think it's appropriate and fitting that the crisis stabilization unit is a separate unit. But I would like to see our IT department, our billing department, our accounting department, our youth services, our adult services, medical services, therapy services, substance abuse services, all in one location. I think there are so many efficiencies and economies of scale that come in just putting them all together in one building, And I think that if the health department and the mental health center were able to share, again, community room space, meeting room space, bathrooms, hallway, well, we would probably share hallways, but that front entrance, and even having community room space that EMS could use. I think there are so many efficiencies of scale that could come about from being in close proximity to each other and having shared spaces or spaces that were checked out and used by any of our 3 organizations.
Okay, well, I guess we'll wait to get proper RFQs put in place and we'll just work from there.
You, John.
Sorry to throw it, yeah, well,
John, it's called job security.
it's not a complete surprise to John at this point in time. The conversation came up on Friday, but
We need that this week, John.
Yeah.
Failed to mention that.
You didn't say how good it has to be.
I definitely like the idea of consolidating. So I think that's,
and we just need to see how these pieces of the puzzle fit together.
It's too bad that site has that huge drainage ditch right
Right.
now.
yeah, I know.
Okay, do we have any?
Like the
You can.
Convention center.
Oh, yeah, you absolutely can.
Furniture,
Conference rooms in the middle part there.
Glass floors.
glass floors and.
Yeah.
Conference rooms in the middle part there.
Let's not get too carried away here.
Maybe we could find a donor for an aquarium.
It's built over a bridge.
Didn't the city want the pool? Maybe we could.
Yeah, the city wanted.
Yeah.
Put that in
See,
there.
we can consolidate that in there, maybe.
To the new building.
Your $200 is rising.
You're saying water's more expensive than land, Greg?
Yeah. Waterfront.
Well, do we have anything else then this afternoon? Okay, well, if not, I'll go ahead and sum up this meeting. County officials, we'll go back to our Monday business, and I think we've got all of our prerogatives, and we'll just continue to work from there and see where we go.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you, everybody.
Greg, but I'll leave it in the house.
We already adjourned.
Long time ago.
Yeah, we already adjourned.